After 10, yeah, you can, yeah. But you can't go get it. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the regular meeting of December 8, 2020 of the Pinehurst Village Council. It is 4:31 in the afternoon. We welcome you all here. We were intending to open the meeting in a manner we hadn't been able to for a few months, and that is with our Pledge of Allegiance and an opening invocation. Is Reverend David Beam here? David, there you are. You came in when I wasn't looking. Would you please step forward and give us our invocation, please?
Love to. Will you pray with me? Good and gracious God, we thank you for the beauty of the community we call home. We thank you for the people who have gathered in this place to discuss the future you have in store for Pinehurst. And we pray your blessing upon this time, that the word shared would be holy conversation, that your spirit would move through these walls, and that decisions would be made that build up the common good of all people. Loving God, we pray that you would bless our leaders. Grant them your wisdom, your peace, and your guidance. For we offer this prayer in your name. Amen.
David, thank you very much. Would you all rise and repeat the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We welcome you all to this meeting. We have quite a varied and somewhat lengthy agenda tonight with many key items. We welcome your participation in that. And we'll begin the meeting tonight, as we usually do, with reports from our village manager and also members of the village council on anything they wish to update council members and the public on. So we'll start with our manager, Jeff Sanborn, please.
Thank you, John. Just a couple of comments on the COVID situation and executive orders that have been put forth over the last couple of weeks, at least since the last council meeting. I think most people know that just before early Thanksgiving week, the governor issued Executive Order 180. It had a variety of new restrictions on it. Most notably for village operations, a requirement for face coverings indoors if more than one person aren't in the same household or in the same space or room. And then also outside, if folks can't maintain a distance of at least 6 feet from one another. We had not previously been requiring face coverings in our village operations and our village spaces. But based on that executive order, we made a change that was effective the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and we're under that condition right now. We do now require a face covering in compliance with those requirements. If anybody doesn't have one, we do offer them in our facilities. In the case of here tonight, there's a box of them back on the table at the rear of the room. And likewise, if you come into one of our facilities for other business, you can usually pretty easily find a face covering if they're not available. We did just also learn that the governor earlier today issued Executive Order 181. We haven't fully digested that. but it appears to be largely focused on a stay-at-home order between the hours of 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. each day. I think there's also a requirement that bars close at 9 p.m. each night, and there's some other things in there as well. Effective dates of that requirement are December 11th through sometime in early January, if I recall.
8th.
January 8th? Yeah, thank you. So we continue to evolve. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you, Jeff. As most of you know, that's sort of breaking news of the afternoon. And as Jeff said, from a village point of view, with our facilities and meetings, we'll be adjusting that over the next several days. I will make my comments and then go around with the council members. I wish to point out that Councilmember Lydia Bosch is participating tonight via Zoom, but the other four of us are here, but Lydia is fully a part of this meeting and will be involved in all our discussions. From my report, and picking up a bit from where Jeff left off, the trends in the COVID situation throughout the county are not good, as you know, and I just had a look early this afternoon at an article by Jamie Baxley in the Pilot. I would direct you to that story for an update on what's happening in the county. As far as I know, First Health at Moore Regional and through its system is operating satisfactorily, and obviously we'll all be on top of that. Second point I'd like to make is that I've had a number of comments, I'm sure the other council members have too, with respect to our holiday planning and shopping experience in the village to keep it as safe as possible and as attractive as possible. And a number of folks have mentioned to me how much they appreciate the efforts that are being made to support our local business and the way all of you and others are doing that, and also the general look of the village this year with some additional lighting and the ability to make things look as good as possible. I also thank those of you who are helping to abide by the parking regulations which we've implemented in the village over some months to try to assist our retail shops and our restaurants by offering some special places on each block where one can park for a short time if you're a retail shopper. And we ask all of you to continue to abide by that and reach out to our business community to assist in that as well. And we hope that the business community and our restaurants will have a successful holiday season. Finally, I'd like to pay a great compliment and thank you to our Parks and Recreation Department for what was really a splendid drive-through Santa Claus holiday event scheduled last Friday evening at the community center with two grandchildren in town. I happened to be one of those hundreds of cars that must have driven through over the evening. It was delightfully done in spite of some rain being around and a few changes to the activities as the evening progressed. But they did a splendid job, Jeff, and I didn't even recognize half of our staff out there with the wonderful costumes that they had on and put on for, I'm sure, families all over southern Moore County. So thanks to them, and may the holiday season continue in a safe and successful way. With that, I'll ask for comments from other council members, and I'll start with Jane Hogeman.
Thank you. The Beautification Committee met yesterday, and they put together their list of projects and their budget for fiscal year 2022 and present that to Jeff Batten. And they are looking for support for beautification in the village. They feel it's very important for them to make a special effort as we get closer to the USGA coming here.
Thank you, Jane. Judy Davis?
I just have one thought that in this upside-down year that we've been in, where Thanksgiving and all the different holiday season is being interrupted, this New Year's Eve, December 31st, will be the 125th anniversary of Pinehurst. And so in your home, with your friends and your family, I would encourage you to uncork a bubbly something and say thank you to Pinehurst and to the James Walker Tufts for landing here and turning this into such a wonderful community. So if you want to do a black tie dinner for two, that'd be fine. But in some way recognize the fact that we're here because somebody was so thoughtful 125 years ago.
Thank you, Judy. It's a remembrance that we really need to pay attention to, and it's been fun during the course of the year to be boosting that. But now is the hour, now is the month, December of 1895. Mr. Drum, comments?
I just want to wish everyone Merry Christmas. There is an event this weekend, a holiday open house in downtown Pinehurst. So despite all that's going on, I saw a great sign that says, remember all those businesses you asked to support your local Little League teams and your charity events. They're local businesses, and might be a good time to go shopping, not only in Pinehurst, Southern Pines and Aberdeen and all neighboring towns, but we have there's a holiday event 5 to 8 in the village of Pinehurst, and they're social distancing. There's somehow they're doing a social distancing Santa Claus. Maybe you might be able to add to that. I don't know how you're doing that, but they're doing that. But the world's still moving despite all this. People are still supporting the village. So just Merry Christmas, and just think about the local shops and their event this weekend.
Thank you, Kevin. Councilmember Bosch, any comments tonight?
Yes, John, thank you. Adding to what Jane said about beautification, this is a small detail. The committee had received some comments about the colors of the lights downtown. The lights in the wreaths are considered cool. The lights on the bushes are considered warm. So the committee, for those of you who've been concerned about it, the committee is going to take a look at that and decide what to do next year. But also, I want to thank Janet Farrell and Dee Johnson and that committee for how hard they work. They really care, and they're conscientious and hardworking. So I want to thank them. And I especially want to thank Jeff Batten and Kevin Brewer and Mike Apke. They have provided wonderful support to this committee, and the committee could not do their job without them. So thank you, staff, for the great job working with that committee.
Thank you, Lydia. Great comments. Moving on, we'll come to agenda item number 4, which is a motion to approve our consent agenda. These are items of minutes and other reports that have been viewed in the previously. But before I do that, does any council member wish to separate out or have a question about any of the items listed in A, B under the motion to approve consent agenda tonight? Anything to remove? Lydia? All set. All right, then, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve all the items listed and considered routine on the consent agenda.
Motion by Kevin Drum. Is there a second, please?
Second.
Second by Judy Davis. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 5. This is one of the important ways that the Village Council and staff of Pinehurst have to thank the many of you who have served tirelessly over some period of time as a volunteer. And tonight we have an example of a gentleman who's been with our Planning and Zoning Board and chair of that board for several years, and has provided not only his time but his expertise as an engineer in evaluating proposals and plats and things that are very important to the development of the village of Pinehurst and be done in a proper way. So we're going to honor Mr. Leo Santowaso with a certificate of thanks. Normally, I would meet Leo, who's sitting right here at the microphone in the middle of the floor, but given the masking and other details of our attempt to manage COVID, I'm going to read it from here, and then, as I mentioned to Leo before the meeting, we'll meet there in just a second. This is a resolution honoring Mr. Leo Santowaso to the Village of Pinehurst Planning and Zoning Board and the Board of Adjustment. Whereas the Village Council of Pinehurst, North Carolina, wishes to acknowledge and express its appreciation to Mr. Leo Santowaso for his dedicated service to the citizens of Pinehurst as a member of the Board of Adjustment and the Planning and Zoning Board. And whereas Mr. Santowaso was first appointed to the Board of Adjustment and Planning and Zoning Board on November 18th, 2014, and served continuously and faithfully from that time. And whereas Mr. Santowaso served as the chairman of the Board of Adjustment from November 15th, 2016 to June 30, 2017, and as chairman of the Planning and Zoning Board from July 1st, 2017 to November 17th, 2020. And whereas Mr. Santowaso was instrumental in the efficient operation of the Board of Adjustment and the Planning and Zoning Board, always conducting the village's business in a courteous and professional manner. And whereas Mr. Santowaso has been a significant contributor to a number of subcommittees and study groups, always utilizing his analytical skills and his past experiences to create better outcomes for the community. And whereas Mr. Santowaso was involved in numerous reviews of significant development projects in Pinehurst and its extraterritorial jurisdiction, in which he always ensured that the Planning and Zoning Board fully examined all of the aspects of the proposed development or land use request before providing its recommendation to the Village Council. And whereas Mr. Santowaso's presence always added a sense of dignity to the board's proceedings. Now therefore be it resolved by the Village Council of Pinehurst, North Carolina, in a regular meeting assembled this day, the 10th of November, 2020, as follows. Section 1, that the Village Council hereby expresses that on behalf of the citizens of Pinehurst, deep appreciation and gratitude for the gifts of time, ability, and determination given as a member of the Board of Adjustment and the Planning and Zoning Board. And Section 2, that the village manager is hereby directed to have a copy of this resolution presented to Mr. Santowaso as a token of our gratitude. Signed, 10th of day, November 2020, John Strickland, Mayor. Mr. Santowaso, would you kindly meet me at the microphone, sir?
I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Holy moly.
Start a Facebook fan page, Leo.
The microphone, please.
Holy moly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been really an honor and a privilege to serve the village in the capacities as explained in the resolution. But there's a lot more thanks that goes to a lot of other people also. I've worked, I guess you could say, for 6 different councils. Some are present from the beginning, others are not. But I certainly do appreciate the support that the various councils over the years have given my boards, the Planning and Zoning Board, the Board of Adjustment, the support, help, and thanks duly granted to them. I thank you for that. Secondly, the village is really fortunate to have a cadre of people here that step up and volunteer to serve the village in many different ways. And over the years, again, the people that have been on the Planning and Zoning Board and Board of Adjustment, also for those periods of service that they were present, deserve my thanks and support and gratitude also. Senior staff, from the village manager, the assistant managers, on down through all of the department heads that I've had the privilege to work with during the 6 years are, again, the epitome of the village values: service, initiative, teamwork, and improvement. Everybody has been great as far as I'm concerned. Never reneged or said no when I asked of something. Always were there to help us serve the village better. In particular, the planning and inspections department. There's the old saw that says, time flies when you're having fun. Isn't that right, Darren? Those people in the B&I department are really a dedicated group of smart, engaged, professional, and caring people that are really behind what the village is trying to do in terms of implementing the new comp plan and the small area plans. And they are also I'm thankful for their support and help also. I guess it's time to close the door. I've had a great time, really enjoyed it. I consider it a privilege and an honor to have served the citizens of Pinehurst. Thank you very much.
Leo, we thank you for your comments. Was there something else that?
There is something else.
Sure.
I'm going to take my old planning and zoning hat off and put my chairmanship hat of the County Board of Health on. And just really want to remind everybody in this holiday season to be smart. We're going to be seeing a lot of people. Practice the 3 W's, and we're going to get through this stuff. And the County Board of Health is trying to expedite containment of this pandemic. We've got a late start, but we're working toward it, and hopefully we'll be able to see some success in the future. Again, thank you. Appreciate it.
Leo, appreciate those comments, and we wish you best as you move up the road a bit in your new assignment with the County Board of Health. But I have the really important final comment to make here. I recognize your wife is with you here tonight, and I think we ought to thank Mrs. Santawasso for her willingness to share his time with the village and now the county. So nice to have you here tonight. We wish you the best as well.
I've left her alone a lot.
And I had
Thank you.
I had the pleasure of playing golf with Emily. And when I first met Leo, my friends, we called him Mr. Emily because we knew Emily way better than Leo at that time.
Thank you. Moving on into agenda item number 6. And as a good segue from the comments we've just had upon the retirement of Mr. Santawasso, we have 3 appointments to consider tonight to the Historic Preservation Committee. These are actually reappointments of 2 members whose term expires in January, and 1 member, the chairman, Mr. Van Salson, whose term expires this month, and we seek to renew those. Are Mr. Van Salson and Mr. Lurs and Mr. Schroeder present? And if so, would you mind stepping to the front tables and make sure that the microphones are on? There'll be a green light. Eric, you'll know that. Terry, you'll know yours there, I think, too. Eric, officially we'll deal with your reappointment and chairmanship as the 3rd item of this section of the agenda tonight. But we welcome you here, and Tom, Terry, the same. Eric, would you wish to make any comments tonight about the board and the candidates that you would like to see reappointed?
Let me just say briefly, if you can hear me through the mask, that the commission, in my opinion, has benefited greatly by our 2 newest members, whom you appointed just a few months ago. plus the participation of some old hands. I guess the oldest hand of all is sitting at my left, and Terry and I came on about the same time, and we've got some people who are newer, some people who are older. They have been working very well together. The staff has been very supportive. I think things have been going along very well. I'm certainly pleased.
Thank you for those comments. Are there questions of any of the reappointees from the Village Council? Kevin?
I do not have any questions.
Judy?
I do not.
Jane?
No.
Lydia, any questions from you of Eric or Terry or Tom?
No, John, thank you.
Okay. We have been provided with background information on each of you. We've had a chance to consider that, and we certainly welcome the fact that you have been serving the board for the last several years in some cases, and just a few years in others. These appointments to the Planning Board and the Historic Commission are among the most important things the Village Council can do in acting out appropriate policy and interpreting rules and regulations that are important to the maintenance of the Village of Pinehurst in its special character. And so, especially with the Historic Preservation Commission, we wish you continued good work, and we look forward to having perhaps a bit more interaction with the board, Eric, as you and I have talked recently about, between the council and the Historic Commission and the Planning Board as well in the coming months to talk about training and talk about ideas and things that we all have. So we welcome your continued work. Looking at item number 6, which is the resolution reappointing Terry Lurs to the Historic Preservation Commission, is there a nominee? Is there a resolution?
May we combine these resolutions?
I think we need to do them separately but quickly, if that would be all right.
Do the first one, Judy.
All right. I move to approve Resolution 20-37, reappointing Terry Lurtz as a member of the Historic Preservation Commission.
Motion by Judy Davis. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Jane Hogeman. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Terry, you're reappointed. Thank you very much for your work.
Thank you.
Is there a resolution reappointing Tom Schroeder to the Historic Preservation
I move
Commission?
to approve Resolution 20-38, reappointing Tom Schroeder as a member of the Historic Preservation Commission.
That's a motion by Kevin Drum. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Judy Davis. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously as well.
Thank you.
And now we have 2 appointments for Mr. Van Salson. Is there a resolution reappointing Mr. Van Salson to the Historic Preservation Commission?
I'll move to approve Resolution 2039, reappointing Eric Von Salson as a member of the Historic Preservation Commission.
I'll second that.
There's a motion by Jane Hogeman, a second by Kevin Drum. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? There's none. And finally, we have a resolution reappointing Mr. Van Salson as the chairman of the Historic Preservation Commission.
I'll move to approve Resolution 2040, reappointing Eric Von Salson as chair of the Historic Preservation Commission.
That's a motion
Second.
by Jane Hogeman, second by Judy Davis. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All in favor. Gentlemen, thank you very, very much for your time and for being with us tonight.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you for your service.
Moving on into our agenda, we now come to the presentation of our comprehensive annual financial report. And we welcome our Director of Finance, Brooke Hunter, and a gentleman from Dixon Hughes.
Thank you.
Brooke, welcome.
Thank
Good to
you.
see you this evening.
Thank you. Good to be back.
The CAFRA has good news. We look forward to your comments. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And I remind both of you, please speak into the microphone as directly as you can, please.
So we come to you tonight with a presentation of the comprehensive annual financial report for fiscal year 2020. These financial statements have been prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. They have been audited in accordance with government auditing standards. They've been audited by a firm of independent certified public accountants. And as Mr. Mayor mentioned, Mr. John Frank is with us tonight with Dixon Hughes Goodman. He is the partner on the engagement, and he'll share the firm's opinion on the financial statements. In addition to the copy of the CAFR that you all received in your box, you should have also received a copy of a report to council, and that's just a standard required report that goes to you all, and it details some of the auditor's responsibilities as well as some of management's responsibilities. So I will pass it over to John, and he'll present the firm's opinion and some highlights on the financials.
Thank you, Brooke. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of Village Council. Appreciate you allowing me to join you this afternoon to discuss this year's audit. One thing that was somewhat unique about the audit this year is that we conducted most of it remotely due to the pandemic. So really appreciate the efforts of Brooke and her staff in conducting the audit this year, which was a little unusual, but I think it went pretty smoothly. Thanks, in large part to the investments in technology that the village has made over the last few years, and thanks to the great preparation that Brooke and her team put into the audit. As a result of our audit, we issued an unmodified or clean audit opinion this year. Additionally, the village's financial statements received the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting from the Government Finance Officers Association. This is a prestigious award that the village has received for many years in a row now, so something that all of you should be very proud of. I'd just like to point out a few highlights from the financial statements. First, your total fund balance of the general fund increased by about $3.3 million this fiscal year. This net increase was the result of several factors. First, property tax revenues increased by $912,000 from the prior year. This was mainly due to a combination of the 2019 revaluation and the adoption of a greater than neutral property tax rate for fiscal 2020. Sales tax revenues increased $129,000 this year. This increase was in spite of the fact that revenues began to fall off significantly in March through May due to the pandemic. Increases prior to March of 2020 were sufficient to offset declining revenues for the last quarter of the fiscal year. There were some other revenue sources that were negatively impacted by the pandemic as well, namely Fair Barn facility, rental fees, recreation fees, athletic program fees. Those were all down, understandably, by about $113,000 due to declines in usage. Investment income was down about $95,000 this year, just as a result of interest rates dropping to very close to zero. Miscellaneous revenues, as you know, increased by about $1 million this year. This was due to the return of previously contributed funds to the Given Memorial Library capital expansion campaign after fundraising efforts fell short of goals this year. Revenues from building permits and inspection fees were up by about $130,000 as a result of strong single-family home construction this year. And actual operating and capital expenditures were lower than what had been budgeted, which all of these things contributed to a very sizable increase in your general fund. At the end of fiscal 2020, the fund balance of the general fund amounted to approximately $11.2 million. Of this total, unassigned general fund balance was $7.3 million. If you'll recall, the council has established a policy that the village should maintain unassigned fund balance of no less than 15% of actual general fund expenditures and total fund balance of 30 to 40% of budgeted general fund expenditures. Currently, or as of the end of fiscal 2020, the village's unassigned fund balance equals 42% of actual general fund expenditures, and total fund balance is equal to 51% of budgeted expenditures. Just by comparison, the statewide average of Fund balance for the village's peer group is 56%. So in summary, you're well above the fund balance targets set by the council and just slightly below the average fund balance for your peer group. Village continues to have very low debt levels at the end of the fiscal year. Village's outstanding debt just amounted to $141,000, which was a reduction of $298,000 during the year. And I believe subsequent to the end of the fiscal year, all of your remaining installment debt has been paid off. We issued 2 other reports in the compliance section of the audit. The first was our report on internal control over financial reporting. In this report, we state that we did not become aware of any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal controls. And we also reported that we did not become aware of any material instances of noncompliance with provisions of laws, regulations, contracts, and grant agreements. We were also required to perform a state single audit this year as a result of state grant expenditures exceeding $500,000. The major program that was audited under the state single audit was the Powell Bill program. And we also report on this single audit in the back section of our report. In this report, we state we didn't identify any findings or question cost over the state assistance. And as Brooke mentioned, we also issued a separate report outside of the audit that addresses our required communications with the board. In this report, we state our responsibilities under the auditing standards, which is to express an opinion on your financial statements, to consider internal controls, and to test for compliance with laws and regulations. If we had had any difficulties in performing the audit or any disagreements with management, we would have reported them here, but we're pleased to report that we didn't have any such difficulties. So again, I'd like to thank Brooke and the finance department staff and the village manager, and be glad to entertain any questions that you might have about this year's audit.
Thank you very much. I think we may have a few questions, and I'll start with Judy Davis.
John, I really appreciated your reference to our peer group on the fund balance, that we're at 51% and some other, our peer groups are at 56%. Well, I think we also have a very clean profile financially because virtually zero debt. When you look at other villages and municipalities that you audit, is there anything else that stands out to you about Pinehurst? And are we more alike other people, or are there any points of deviation?
Well, it's certainly unusual to be virtually debt-free. You know, most municipalities finance equipment purchases and various other improvements through the issuance of debt. I know there have been years where you've had higher debt levels, certainly, and you may have future plans to incur debt levels, but as of the end of the fiscal year, for a unit this size, that's very unusual. And certainly, you know, the village stands out and us never really identifying any, you know, reportable items, significant deficiencies, material weaknesses. I think the village has always paid a high priority in having a good, clean finance department.
And so one of the things I'm trying to understand, so our peers are at 56% of their fund balance. Are they carrying much more debt than we are? I mean, is there more, is that apparent, or is it more like us, that they have low debt?
You know, like I said, probably they have higher levels of debt, I would suspect, but of course that also leads to higher levels of debt service each year and higher expenditure levels. Yeah. But certainly smaller municipalities tend to have a higher percentage of fund balance to expenditures maybe than some of the larger units because, you know, if you're a Raleigh or a Winston-Salem, it's easier to go to the debt markets and borrow money, whereas, you know, smaller units are probably more vulnerable to unanticipated expenses, and for that reason, budget pretty conservatively and maintain pretty sizable debt levels. I mean, that means basically you could continue to spend at your current level for half a year without any revenue sources. That's, kind of what that percentage of close to 50% equates to.
Thank you very much for that point of view. Thank you.
Kevin, any questions?
Yeah, he might be uniquely qualified for me to ask this question. Pinehurst, we have a high fund balance, whereas other municipalities have a fund balance, a capital fund to build a fire station, a capital fund for stormwater, a capital fund to build a park. We don't do that. We have a high general fund balance. From an accounting perspective, when you saw a municipality and they had these capital funds, that wouldn't be considered a fund balance. That would be considered a committed capital fund towards a project. Would you agree with me on that?
Right. And if you'll recall, the village did establish a capital project fund for the recreation center, which still has a relatively small balance at the end of the year.
That's a good example. But what I'm trying to do is that, some of the public sees this high fund balance, and I think we do things differently here. We haven't committed $2 million to stormwater. We use the fund balance, and I think it makes us look differently than other municipalities. It looks like we have this high fund balance, when in fact we have no capital set aside for all these large capital things that are in our future, and I thought it was an important differentiate. Judy asked a great question, what differentiates us? Doesn't that differentiate us a little bit? We're using our fund balance as kind of our
savings account, essentially. And I'll speak to that, and of course, John can chime in as well. We do have plans to discuss that exact topic this week as well.
But I thought it was important.
And what I think you're referring to, Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, is the use of a capital reserve fund, and we'll discuss kind of the nuances behind that as well. But anytime we do have a project that meets the criteria for a capital project fund, so if we built a building, for example, like the community center, we would open a fund. It's just an easy way to contain all the expenditures associated with that project through the entire length of the project. So I did want to differentiate the difference between that capital project fund and the use of a capital reserve fund, which is a little bit different.
Right. All I was trying to do is I think that makes us unique, and then why we have a higher fund balance than, I'm not sure if we do to our competitive set. We're about the same as our competitive set, right?
Right. I think my notes are correct. I think your fund balance is at, 51% compared to 56% for the group average, which.
So we're honestly don't have as big a fund balance as our competitive set, and we also don't have set-asides for large projects. So I'm just saying it's not as big a luxury as it looks.
Right. Yeah.
And that's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. As Brooke mentioned, a lot of units do have a separate capital reserve fund.
Yeah.
Which isn't set up for a specific project, but just for future needs as they might arise.
Thank you.
I think this fact that the fund balance question keeps coming around in different ways gets to the point of the work session item we are trying to schedule having to do with fund balance, and I'm sure when we get to our planning meetings later this week and certainly into the budget for next year, how we handle the fund balance, commitments we have from it, or how to handle that with taxes and all will be a very interesting agenda topic for that. Lydia, do you have questions?
Yes, John, I do. And I want to thank Judy and Kevin for their questions. Mr. Frank, in my first professional life, I was a CPA and I audited financial statements, and it seemed simple back then. We had GAAP and we had general accepted auditing standards. And as I go through this, it seems like a municipality has so many financial and governmental standards that our finance staff cannot turn around without bumping into some standard. So that should give our public a lot of confidence and comfort that their money is in good shape. Is that an accurate assessment of all this material?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the village is very fortunate to have somebody as talented as Brooke, who's a CPA, who stays current with, with governmental accounting pronouncements. So, yeah, very, very good points.
Okay. And also, I noticed in this, in our CAFR book, a lot of statistical information. You know, this is my second time through this. And there seems to be so much great statistical information that I'm guessing is interwoven through all of our policies, all of our budgeting. So I really appreciated seeing that. And Brooke, I guess we thank you for all of the good statistical
I can't take
information.
credit
that's in
for it.
there.
It was, the way was paved long before me, but we've continued it. Thank you.
Yeah, but it just seems to be really valuable as we go into budgeting. So anyway, thank you so much. Brooke, it's great to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Okay. That's all, John.
Thank you, Lydia. Jane?
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you both very much for this report, and it represents a lot of work. It represents a lot of work in the real life that played out, and then putting together the report to show what happened. So it's wonderful to have. I just want to ask a question about the pensions, because that's can be confusing, and make sure I understand. Because we paid off our debt, but we still have a long-term liability for pensions. And my understanding is that we do a pay-as-you-go on a yearly basis, which is in the neighborhood of $700,000 or something a year that we pay. Is that?
I'd have to look to see the exact amount, Jane, but basically what we do is every payroll, any of the pension-eligible employees, the village is required to contribute a percentage of that employee's paycheck to the retirement system. And so that we do it on every pay period. We remit these funds to the retirement system.
Okay.
And that rate is set by the pension board as well.
Right, and we're,
Right.
I'm sure, following those rules.
Correct.
If we were to have to pay in today everything that we are responsible for the future, what amount would that be? Ballpark.
Well, it would never occur because you're only required to pay in the amount for the.
I understand that. I'm just trying to get a handle on what the liability is, because when you start looking at fund balances and everything else, this is something that's always going to be there, you know, like a mortgage to pay.
Sure. This liability is, the portion that we show on our books is just our proportionate share of the total state pension plan itself. So the pension plan determines the rate. We pay in that amount. The amount is determined, or the rate is determined after an actuarial evaluation has occurred. And then the board determines what rate we have to contribute to fund it.
Mm-hmm.
So there won't be a situation in which we would be liable for making that payment. That is the state's liability.
Yeah, let me, maybe this will
I know
help.
we don't
Just-
have to
just
pay
from
it
an
now. I'm
understanding
just
standpoint,
interested in the amount.
This might help. I mean, Brooke can correct me on the technical terms and language here, but yeah, the accounting standards require us to call it a liability, but in reality, it's no more a liability than our future salaries are. Because in fact, if we don't have the staff, we don't pay the salaries and we don't pay the pension contribution. So to call it a liability is in the strict sense, is not really the right way to advertise it. Would you agree with that?
Right.
This is really another payroll deduction, right?
That's exactly right.
However,
But we're going to have that responsibility, even if we stopped operations today.
No, we
We would not.
not.
We would
No,
not.
we would
If we
not.
stopped, if we fired everybody today, we're not suggesting that, or
Please, no.
suggesting it would be appropriate, but, or if we fired 10 people, or cut staff by 10 people, we would both not pay their salary, and we would not pay this liability.
That's why it's really just a payroll deduction. As long as you have an operating staff, you're obligated to make that payment to their future pension. But it's only for their service at a point in time. And to the extent that we're looking at it in the future, we're building in salaries in our 5-year plan, and the overhead that's associated with that captures whatever payroll deductions have to be made.
Right. Correct. That is correct. And we factor in whatever rate the board has set for whatever planning period they have provided for us. This past time, they did a 5-year lookout, and so we have factored in those rates into the forecast.
Is the 7% discount rate that the?
That is what the actuary
That's
has
what-
determined.
That's what they said. Is that realistic in other contexts?
Well, I mean, according to actuaries, it is. And that's based on all the factors they take into account when they're, calculating this theoretical liability. I mean, certainly, the number can swing pretty dramatically if you increase or decrease that by 1%. But
Right.
just based on, their knowledge of expected future returns and a myriad of other factors, that's what they assume to be the proper discount rate to use when they calculate this big statewide liability of which the village reports its share.
Thank you.
I think in considering the pension, I won't use the word liability, it's one of the, it's really the biggest part of our budget that we have no control over. As long as we're going to have staff, we're going to pay that, as Jeff has said, but we don't have control over how much, what the rate is, and how it escalates into the future. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's at least annually, or at least every couple of years, we get a notice from the state pension fund about what our obligations are going to be, per person, I guess it would be, percentage, into the future. And we know that's escalating at a certain rate. So that, yes, if we fired everybody, it would be gone. But on the other hand, I don't see that happening. And I certainly don't want that to happen. And so we need to keep in mind how the pension will escalate over time, and it's a part of our budget we have no control over. We have to meet that obligation, whatever. Yeah.
Exactly.
And it was just maybe 2 years ago that there was a big jump in it,
Yes.
which brought it to all of our attentions. But it's really no different than FICA. Any increases in FICA or any other thing, insurance premiums, it's all a higher cost of doing business.
Right.
It rolls forward, no matter whether you're a municipality or a private enterprise.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. Are there other questions of Brooke and of Dixon Hughes Goodman tonight from the council?
Thank you.
We appreciate your work, and we really appreciate the professional relationship with Dixon Hughes Goodman and the village of Pinehurst. Thank you for your service to us and your help to us over time.
Oh, well, thank you. Appreciate you allowing me to join you this afternoon.
Thank you for coming over.
Thank you for
from
coming to
High
us.
Thank
Tech.
you, Brooke.
Great, thank you. Thank you all.
Good job, Brooke.
The next item on our agenda is a public hearing. And in order to open the public hearing, we'll be going into the hearing from the regular meeting. Is there a motion to recess the regular meeting and move to the public hearing?
I move to recess the regular meeting and enter into a public hearing.
There's a motion by Judy Davis. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Jane Hogeman. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. We're now in a public hearing to hear hearing number 1 for the evening. I wish to point out that the council, in reviewing its documents for this hearing and in reviewing previous hearings of the planning board and notes from staff, and due to a number of public comments which are expected tonight from visitors here, as well as those who may be listening live, it's not the case that the village will actually take a vote on this proposal tonight. We'll be hearing information, using that information over the next period of time to evaluate the proposal in full and to answer any questions that come out. So just so we all understand that, but the hearing will begin. And Alex, would you like to go right ahead with this then?
Gladly, and thank you.
Could I just jump in, just to clarify for everybody? The general statute language that the General Assembly adopted this past summer in light of the COVID situation requires that if we are going to have a remote meeting, and the way they define a remote meeting is that at least one of the board members is not present and is participating remotely. Under those situations, in a situation where you have a public hearing, such as what's going to happen tonight, we must allow at least 24 hours for public comment to come in before the board can take action. So that's what John was talking about.
Good. Alex?
Yes, and of course, those comments can be delivered via email at the address provided in the notice, which is publiccomments@vopnc.org.
Alex, that's a good reminder, and I forgot to mention at the start of the meeting, for whatever purpose, those of you that are listening remotely can provide us by email to the following address. It's public comments, one word but two C's, public comments @vopnc.org. And if you email those, the village clerk will receive them, and those will be read under comments from attendees on whatever subject matter towards the end of the meeting. Okay, Alex, thanks.
All right, so public hearing number 1 is a major subdivision review for a 42-lot subdivision resulting with 38 single-family residential lots located currently in the extraterritorial jurisdiction, or ETJ, and off Blake Boulevard. The parcel IDs are currently 000-46287 and a portion of parcel ID 000-46241. The applicant and the property owner is the Cottages at Legacy Lakes LLC. The current zoning and land use of the subject parcels: the larger tract in the southern portion is zoned R5 for high-density residential district. It currently would allow for one single-family residential lot. The other portion is zoned NC Neighborhood Commercial District. It's one newly subdivided vacant lot totaling about 1.3 acres. There is no proposed zone change with this application before Village Council this evening. The land use would result in a subdivision creating, again, 42 total lots, with 38 lots being served for single-family residential use. This public hearing has been duly posted, adjacent owners were notified, and the hearing published. And it's worth noting that this is a requirement strictly within our Pinehurst Development Ordinance. As again noted, this is not a proposed zoning change or a text change, which is a legislative hearing. This is basically an administrative decision, which by our Development Ordinance has been elevated to Village Council for their consideration. Here's an aerial map of the subject property, which is outlined here in red. You can get your bearings by NC5, kind of to the left side there on the screen. Blake Boulevard, the entrance, proposed entrance, again, to access the subject property there to the south, and Olivia Lane there to the south, also with the proposed subdivision. So a major subdivision, why is this proposal before Village Council tonight? Major subdivision is defined as any lot basically creating more than 3 and would involve the dedication or improvement of any new street or streets. With the review of a major subdivision, applications of material first submitted to the village planner for review and then ultimately distributed and reviewed by the Technical Review Committee, or the TRC. After TRC have reviewed and commented on the proposal, any revisions or needed revisions are made, and TRC comments have been addressed, the proposal was reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Board, in which they hold a public hearing and they formulate a recommendation to Village Council. Following that, Village Council, as we're doing this evening, will hold a public hearing. They review the proposed subdivision to determine the compliance with the applicable development standards and can approve, conditionally approve, or may reject the proposed preliminary plat. Again, this request, the applicant is proposing a 42-lot subdivision, which will again result in creating of 38 residential lots, and again, currently situated in the extraterritorial jurisdiction, so just south of the village's corporate limits. The parent tract is identified as Moore County parcel ID number 000-46287, which is the larger residential zoned property, and a portion of parcel ID 000-46241, which is a smaller commercial zone property. Again, the area is located and situated off and south of Blake Boulevard, which is a village-owned right-of-way, and north of Olivia Lane. The site is currently vacant and highly vegetated. This proposal shows lots which range in size from 6,600 square feet to a little over 13,000 square feet. A little bit of previous background on the subject area. A previous proposal for some of this project area was proposed last year. That proposal was much different than what is before you guys here tonight for many reasons. One, that proposal did include a zoning map amendment, which would rezone the totality of the R5, currently R5 zone property, and the entire neighborhood commercial zone property to RMF CD for residential multifamily conditional district, which would allow for plus or minus 160 residential lots. Back in October of 2019, the Planning and Zoning Board did hold a public hearing, and they ultimately came to a conclusion to recommend the Village Council deny that proposal as it was not consistent with the currently and recently at that time adopted 2019 Long Range Comprehensive Plan. At that time, the applicant decided not to pursue that request to move forward for consideration by Village Council. Here's a overlay of that proposal that came before the Planning and Zoning Board last year. You can see much more dense development and the total scope of the area there. Included with this application, the applicant has provided the application for a subdivision, a preliminary plat, trip generation, and a biological assessment in concurrence from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on the impacts on the red cockaded woodpecker. Here's, before we get into some of the details here of the subdivision, here's the proposed preliminary plat. Again, you can see the entrance coming off Blake Boulevard with no development occurring on that neighborhood commercial zone parcel, and then the subdivided lots really being outlined in a three-street network here in the R5 zone portion. The project density and dimensions, the R5 zoning district allows for a minimum of 5,000 square foot lots, which is pretty much, it is our most dense single-family residential zoning district, and it would result in net density of around 8 units per acre. There is no option in our development ordinance to develop a residential open space subdivision in the R5 zoning district. Hence, no open space is necessarily depicted or pointed out or shown with this application for a subdivision. The property is not located within a watershed protection district, so there is no further limits on density or impervious coverage. All of the lots do and will meet the dimensional requirements of the R5 zoning district, which we'll get into in a later slide. Again, the typical lot size is shown on the detail sheet on the preliminary plat is 6,600 square feet, and that's the minimum as well and would allow for approximately 2,800 square feet of buildable area. Other lots, aside from the 38 ones proposed for single-family use, are shown for stormwater management, sanitary sewer lift station, and undeveloped common areas, or as indicated by the applicant to be provided in green space. Here's the dimensional requirements of the R5 zoning district in the current PDO. Talked about the minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet. The maximum building height will be 35 feet. Maximum lot coverage of impervious surface is 45% of the total lot area. And the building setbacks, I'll just run through these, are as follows. The principal building front setback, 20 feet. Side setback, 10. Side street setback, 15 feet. Rear setback, 20 feet. Accessory building setbacks, side of 5, side street 15, and rear of 10. Adjacent land uses to zoning, you can follow along the zoning map depicted here on the right with the applicable and nearby zoning districts designated on the legend. To the north, along Blake Boulevard, you'll have the current senior living and retirement and health and rehabilitation center zone neighborhood commercial. To the south, you have some developed and undeveloped single-family residential lots. And to the east there you can see is the rear lots of CCNC. And to the west is vacant commercial and office zone areas. The comprehensive plan land use designation for this area, it does depict it as being located, of course, in focus area 2, the Highway 5 commercial area, and does call for mixed use or potential for mixed use stacked residential. Here's a snippet of the the focus area 2 from the 2019 comprehensive plan. It does recommend that a small area plan be developed, which is quite timely as we were meeting with our consultants today. So we can receive additional public input to ensure that high quality development and consider the need for mixed uses with a primary focus on office, medical, life science, and research facilities with small scale retail services, which could create an innovation hub. The plan does consider, again, that stacked residential be considered for the area. but not standalone single-family uses. The proposed subdivision is not consistent with this language in the current 2019 comprehensive plan. However, it is compliant with the existing zoning, and no amendment is proposed at this time to the zoning. So again, you'll see the preliminary plat. You kind of can get your bearings again by seeing how the networking is intended to lay out. Here's the utility plan. I apologize for how it was oriented. It gives a little bit more detail on how the applicant intends to have utility network through there. The water and sewer to come basically off Blake Boulevard and serve those single-family lots. Here's a vicinity map that may help with the scale of the area with it overlaid, the proposal overlaid there on the aerials. So the site features of this application, again, internal streets, and they're providing a 60-foot right-of-way with a 24 feet street width and a 49-foot cul-de-sac radius. The applicant is proposing to use valley gutter in lieu of full concrete curb and gutter, and this would require, a waiver of village council. Access to the subdivision is from a connection to Blake Boulevard, which again, as mentioned, is a village-owned and maintained right-of-way. A future 60-foot right-of-way is shown to be preserved to the adjacent neighboring properties that border Arnett Street to the west, which is a DOT road. And this could provide for future extension of the Arnett Street and provide reasonable means of ingress and egress to the surrounding properties, those residential units there. Also, turnaround capable for larger vehicles such as our solid waste vehicles, and a fire apparatus is provided there as well. And it's located on the preliminary plat between lots 14 and 41. A 20-foot wide gated emergency vehicle access only from Olivia Lane is provided. So that is proposed to only be for emergency services at this point. Currently, the village does have a lease agreement with the Aberdeen Carolina Western Railroad Company to utilize the crossing at Olivia Lane such that we can serve the rear lots of CCNC. The applicant has proposed that the public streets, that these streets are intended to be public, and these can only be accepted by village council. Sidewalks are required, and they are provided actually with this proposal on both sides of all the lots. They are required to serve at least on one side of those serving residential lots and on both sides of the commercial zone portion. A 30-foot wide pedestrian and storm drainage easement is shown between lots 3 and 4, and this could allow for pedestrian access to the adjacent commercial zone property if at such time it were to be developed in the future. And also the applicant, which I'm sure they will speak to, is also for the storm drainage in order to help handle the pre-development runoff or the post-development runoff through that channel. So there'll be an easement that will be granted so that can be maintained. Again, as I mentioned earlier, that public water and sewer are to be provided to the lots and will be served by Moore County Public Works, with the pump station lot intended to be turned over to ownership and maintenance of Moore County. The current plan does indicate stormwater control measures on site, including the large detention area labeled as Lot 39 on the plat. And this system will be required to be designed, constructed, and then ultimately inspected in accordance with the village's engineering standards and specifications manual. The applicant has further indicated that an HOA will be formed and will be responsible for the maintenance of the required improvements and ownership of the common area, which is also labeled as undeveloped lots. The village, if we do accept the street network and the right-of-way, we would accept the maintenance of those utilities, the stormwater utility, and of course the streets. The applicant has indicated that their intent to petition for voluntary annexation into the village's corporate limits. If the owner petitioned for annexation into the village's corporate limits, then we could obviously provide our solid waste services and emergency services, as well as take over the ownership and maintenance of those improvements in the right-of-way. Only if the work has, of course, been constructed and inspected for compliance and a warranty period put in place. For landscaping, due to this proposal being a single-family development that also abuts single-family development and other commercially zoned property, no planted buffer is required. If at what time the adjacent commercial property were to ever be developed, they would be required under the current regulations in the development ordinance to provide a planted buffer of 30 feet, most likely depending on what type of uses were proposed. Street trees, however, are required, and they're required at the rate of one large hardwood or pine per 40 linear feet. They are depicted on the preliminary plat and a landscape plan showing full compliance with this standard would be required to be submitted and approved during the review and approval of the construction drawings. You'll also see that the applicant on the preliminary plat has provided a landscape screen of the pump station lot. Environmental impacts. In this area, there are no subject floodplains, wetlands, and again, it's not located within a watershed. A portion of the subdivision area does lie within an active red cockaded woodpecker petition. However, with the concurrence from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, they indicate that this proposal has no negative impacts on the habitat for the red cockaded woodpeckers. Of course, they do strongly recommend preserving any of the mature pine vegetation that is currently there. The staff technical review. So over the course of several months, the technical review committee has reviewed this application and the preliminary plat. We have issued comments back to the applicant on this proposal, and the applicant has revised based on our comments and submitted updated and revised material. At this point, the TRC, we have deemed it compliant enough to move forward, although there still are a few items that will need to be addressed and can be done so at the construction drawing phase when more detailed engineering work is done. And those items really revolve around the site distance at the proposed intersection with Blake Boulevard. So you'll see your staff recommends that the applicant provide documentation to show compliance with the required intersection site distance per section 3.02, the Engineering Standards Manual. And also, due to Appendix D of the North Carolina Firing Code and the number of lots exceeding 30, a secondary access is to be provided for emergency services, or the units would have to be equipped with a fire sprinkler suppression system. So the status of the Olivia Lane issue is not quite worked out, and I think the applicant intends to speak to some of that this evening. So you'll see staff have a recommended condition that we think covers that concern as well. So here's the staff and TRC recommendation. We do recommend approval of the preliminary plat with these following 3 conditions. Condition A, all dwelling units be equipped with a fire sprinkler suppression system as approved by the Village of Pinehurst Fire Marshal, unless the village's current lease agreement with the Aberdeen Carolina Western Railroad Company is renegotiated to allow and permit for a secondary access for emergency services only to that subdivision. Prior to approval of the construction drawings, the applicant is to provide information acceptable to the village that emergency access or the secondary emergency access can be connected to Olivia Lane. Condition B, a site distance analysis be performed and sealed by a qualified licensed North Carolina professional engineer with transportation engineering experience for the proposed intersection with Blake Boulevard to confirm compliance with the approved, with AASHTO and NCDOT requirements as noted in the village's engineering standards manual as part of and prior to the approval of the construction drawing submittal for this project. And final condition C, the proposed preliminary plat show a compliant site triangle with section 3.02A of the Pinehurst Engineering Standards Specifications Manual at the intersection of proposed Street A and Blake Boulevard. The Planning and Zoning Board action. So the Planning and Zoning Board did conduct a duly advertised public hearing on October 1st, which was continued to the regular meeting of November 5th. They reviewed the material along with the staff recommendation and the requirements of the development ordinance, and they ultimately decided to recommend Village Council approve the plat with conditions A and B just previously stated. Action by Village Council. Conduct this public hearing, review the application along with the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board and staff. After conducting the public hearing, council can decide to approve, conditionally approve, or reject a preliminary plat. If council were to decide to approve with conditions, the reasons for requiring such should be stated in the record of approval. And if council were to decide to reject a preliminary plat, the reasons therefore shall be stated in the record along with recommendations on how the applicant could revise the plat that it be approved. Of course, that concludes my part of the presentation. Darren and I have kind of tag teamed this through, so with questions that come up, we'll be available.
Okay. Darren has nothing to add, I think, at this point. Alex? Okay. All right. Are there questions of the staff report by council? And then we'll move to comments from the applicant as well. Any particular questions at this point of the staff report by council?
I do have a question, Alex,
Judy?
about condition A. This issue with the, is Says, the last sentence, prior to approval of construction drawings, the applicant is to provide information acceptable to the village that an emergency access drive can be connected to Olivia Lane. So there's a specific go, no-go situation on that?
There is not currently. That's why the condition we stated, if the applicant can provide that information to us during the review of the construction drawings and prior to us approving that they have the authority to provide that secondary access, and it doesn't negate in any way our current agreement that we have to serve the emergency services only to the rear lots of CCNC, then they would not be required to install the fire sprinklers for each unit.
Seems to me like what we're looking for here is something that looks like an easement
Anything. And
granted by the owner of Olivia Lane.
And Olivia Lane and the ownership of is an anomaly. There's a big question. We just keep hoping that someone maybe has the key to that, and we haven't come up with it. And I know there's
Private, but nobody owns it?
yeah, and I know the applicant's team has been doing a significant bit of deed and title research to try to come up with that. But if they can't, then we're safeguarded by the condition that each unit will be equipped with the fire sprinkler system. Or the other option is they could revise the plat to reduce the number of residential lots provided, and therefore neither one of them become an issue, either the sprinkler system or the secondary access.
So if they went to 30 units per se?
Correct.
Right. So the point at which these construction drawings are approved, we're going, and there's no relief on Olivia Lane, we'll go forward with the fire suppression units in the properties, right?
Correct.
And no turning back from that.
Jane, did you hear that question all right? I was having a little trouble with.
I'm having a very hard time.
Could you repeat
here.
that question, Judy?
My
on the
question is, once the construction drawings are approved and there has been no relief from the Olivia Lane access, then they will have to install fire suppression units in all the properties.
And again, that's correct.
Are there other questions of Alex? Lydia, anything?
This is sort of tagging on to what Judy said. Alex had mentioned maybe the village's agreement with the railroad could be modified to grant access. In Pinehurst, we've got 5 crossings over the railroad, and so we have an agreement that for crossing over the railroad with those 5. I don't see, and maybe we don't need an answer to this now, but I don't see how our agreement with the railroad company to gain access to the back of CCNC would have to be modified. To me, it seems like the applicant would enter into his own agreement with the railroad company. And then like Judy said, if they can't get it, then you have to put in the fire suppression system. So I've still got a lot of questions about access over the railroad to this applicant. But that's something that doesn't have to be decided right now, but it's something that's definitely on my radar.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's significant issues here on the egress access and the railroad combination there. Kevin, did you have a question that I was looking for?
I just would like you to clarify the difference between B and C for me.
The conditions B and C?
Yeah, I'd like you to give me some real clarification.
So they are obviously related. They're both represent the same section of Engineering Standards Specifications Manual. All right, condition B is really relative to the safe intersection distance there that is provided. The other, condition C, actually relates to the site triangle easement itself, and it is not, staff's determined that now that is not dimensioned proportionally or correctly as depicted on the plat. So one that meets that standard would have to be provided to staff during the construction drawing review and phase, and that's what what we mean compliant. We mean that it be measured differently than it is depicted currently.
A, B, and C have not been met yet.
Correct.
Not been met and not been agreed to at this point in time.
Have not been agreed to.
By the applicant,
I
right.
agree with that.
Okay. Jane?
Are we asking all our questions now?
No, I just address any questions from the staff report, and then we'll hear from the applicant as well. So
Okay.
if you want to, I mean, it will be interchangeable to some degree, I think, but I thought we'd try to concentrate on the staff report first.
I think I'll wait.
Okay? All right, Judy, anything else from the staff? Kevin? Lydia, though, you have your direct questions of the staff report, and then we'll move on to the applicant. It's okay?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm ready for the
Okay.
applicant. Thank you.
John, can I add,
please, yeah.
make a comment?
Please.
It just occurred to me as I was listening to this conversation, and again, looking at the three proposed conditions that we've been here before on one of these conditions, and we learned in that process that we needed to add language
Closer to
that,
the mic.
sorry, thank you. And we've been through this process once before on a very similar condition, and we learned through that process that due to some specific language in our development ordinance, we needed to include language, and I'm referring to condition C here, we needed to include language that specified that even though this is a condition that potentially would be approved as part of a preliminary plot for subdivision, the applicant can seek a waiver. Right? I mean, I think we need to keep this synonymous with the way we did it last time.
Yeah.
So maybe it's fortunate you're not in a position to make a decision tonight, because I think we need to refine that a little bit.
And I think we need to make sure we're spelling the word site properly, too.
Also true.
Right.
You
Darren?
got us again.
Judy, did you have a further
No,
point?
no.
Are the representatives of the applicant here who would wish to speak? And if so, you can come up to this front table here. There are 3 microphones. 2 of them are on with the green light. 1 is off. If you push the push button, you can get all 3 of them working. And is there a 4th person coming behind you? No. Yes. A technician. What I would ask you to do, please, individually, could you remember to speak into that microphone directly at all times? And first of all, would you each please identify yourselves by full name, slowly spoken, and your affiliation and business? Thank you. Sir.
Good evening, glad to be here. My name is Tim Carpenter with LKC Engineering. We're representing the applicant as their consultant. We're at 140 Aquashed Court in Aberdeen.
Sir.
Welcome, Tim.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is David Neal. I'm an attorney based out of Raleigh who practices in the area of municipal and land use law. I'm with the law firm of Fox Rothschild, representing the applicant. And my focus on this application has been related primarily to Olivia Lane.
Okay, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch which your focus has been.
Olivia Lane?
Olivia Lane, okay, yes.
And the crossing, for example.
And Joshua Ranke with Ramey Kemp and Associates, transportation engineer, 5808 Farrington Place, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Gentlemen?
Okay. So again, very glad to be here again tonight. And this project has been a culmination of a lot of effort with village staff, the planning board. We've had, as Alex mentioned, we have revised this proposal a time or two, and we've met with some subcommittees of the planning board last year to establish what we see right now and what we're going to see here in just a moment in front of you. We appreciate the village staff's assistance and all of that, and we've tried to be as cooperative as possible. The applicant, Legacy Cottages at Legacy Lakes, does currently own the property. As Alex mentioned, it is currently zoned R5, and he just seeks to develop as is and not no zoning change. And again, trying to, sorry, out glasses are fogging up. Trying to maintain as much consistency with the PDO and the engineering standards manual as possible. We have a presentation. Austin, can you get it started?
He identified himself.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Austin Parent. He works for Gano Construction. He's here with us. He's going to help me run this. But I'll be doing the talking presentation. So again, Alex, in the staff report, you've seen this already before, but this is the subject property on Blake Boulevard. It's about 14.3 acres, just south of Pinehurst South, the Pinehurst South Business Community, which is where we came up with the name for cottages at Pinehurst South. Olivia Lane there to the south, CCNC to the east, and then Highway 5 to the west. Again, some site background, and I'll try not to be repetitive from the staff report. The location, Blake Boulevard, east of Highway 5 and north of Olivia Lane, acreage at 14.4 acres total, with a current zoning of R5 residential for the 13 acres to the south and a 1.33 acre tract that is zoned NC that borders Blake Boulevard. The topography on the site, meaning the slope on the site, basically generally slopes from the east to the west with a drawer depression located near the center of the property. Elevations range from about 530 to 512 in a west to east direction. The current use is wooded with a mix of pines and hardwoods and undergrowth, and no structures exist on the site. Environmental issues, there are no wetlands, no streams, no flood zones. Proposed project will minimally impact the foraging habitat, but as Alex mentioned in the RCW foraging habitat, but as Alex mentioned, we've been through at least 2 updates of the red cockaded woodpecker letter, and most recently we have concurrence that there is no discernible impact. Again, this is just a copy of the zoning map. I'm sure you're all very familiar with this. And then back up one, Austin, if you would. So the property to the west, again, being neighborhood commercial, and then some surrounding residential properties, both through CCNC and then along Arnett and also along Olivia Lane, existing properties. Again, the previous proposal, and I don't want to beat on that too much, was a 44-acre proposal, had more than triple the number of units that we're talking about now. And we recognize the fact that we kind of got caught in the middle of the 2019 comp plan that was adopted, and I think we were going through that process about the time you all were about to adopt the new comp plan. So we were certainly sensitive to that and aware of the concern that caused. So again, as Alex mentioned, we basically pulled that application and decided not to move forward, but sort of what we hope could happen here between some of the Pinehurst South redevelopment, the zoning on the neighborhood commercial, the 28-acre neighborhood commercial tract where you're going to be looking at Innovation Hub, is maybe we provide some transition from a lower density residential to a higher density residential to then on to what would probably be a higher density type commercial development, i.e. the Innovation Hub, as Alex has mentioned, as it was stated in your comp plan. So hopefully, rather than just going straight from the Innovation Hub and however that may develop out, you know, there is some of that transitional component to that. You can go to the next slide. So this is the typical cottage style home. So this subdivision, again, is 38 dwelling units. I would probably say loosely that it's age targeted, it's not age restricted, but it is hopefully appealing to a low maintenance type lifestyle where all the yards and all the maintenance on site is taken care of through your POA dues. We think they're kind of cute cottages, and you know, obviously they're on small lots. You have nice front yards. You know, the houses are pushed kind of proud to the street with a backyard. And again, we think it's an offering, and we'll talk about it a little bit later. We think it's an offering that doesn't exist in an overabundance in Pinehurst. So if you can imagine, you know, the empty nesters like myself, or folks that are looking to downsize from a larger home, or even in that case, young professionals that don't want to be tied to a large house where they like to travel, they don't want to mow grass. When the weekend comes, they want to get away, and they're not like me. I like to do a lot of yard work and mow grass, and it must be something wrong with me, is what people tell me. But anyway, that's kind of our target sector. I won't go over this too much again, but this is the preliminary plat that Alex just showed you. This was in 2 sheets, and we did the second sheet for clarity. We do have sidewalks on both sides of the road, as shown. The pump station lot, I don't know if can I point with this thing? Okay. All right, so Austin, if you can kind of point over to the cul-de-sac on the far southeast where the sewer pump station lot is. I'm not sure if everybody can see that. So the site will have utilities as supplied by Moore County Public Utilities. There will be a sewer pump station there that will pump back out to Blake Boulevard to an existing manhole. We have been through flow tests with the county and the fire marshal. We have also validated the capacity for sewer for 38 lots. So utilities, getting utilities in and out of the site actually works pretty well. And then, as Alex mentioned, we'll have hopefully some fairly significant buffering around that pump station around all four sides, minus the gate. And then we also have street trees and, again, sidewalks on both sides of the road. Now, talking about, I'm not going to get into the legalities of Olivia Lane. I'll let Mr. Neal do that. But the area to the furthest south, Austin, can you go to the next slide, actually? Maybe a little bit larger. So through some TRC, negotiations is the wrong word, but through some TRC meetings that we, the applicant, have had with village staff, we started talking about the prospect of, at some point, maybe the railroad closes Olivia Lane because they have a lot of crossings there, and as you all know, minimizing crossings of railroad, of pedestrian and vehicular is something that they're probably pretty keen on doing. So what we've done here, kind of at the top of the page, which is to the southern border, closest to Olivia Lane, we have provided what would be a future stub to Arnett. So from where that is, there is about, I don't know, plus or minus 400 feet to where Arnett currently ends. Arnett is I think it's a Village Street, right? Or DOT Street. So at some point, hopefully, we can get to a point where we can establish a right-of-way through there, and then that road could be extended. And by doing what we have shown here, we've allowed for that extension of that roadway, and then it can pass through the neighborhood. Secondly, as we talk about fire access, we completely understand that the crossing of Olivia Lane is centered around fire and emergency access into the backside of CCNC, and with good reason. But additionally, what this subdivision does is it provides an access gate to Olivia Lane that actually provides probably better access for a fire truck. So if you think about where fire station number 2 is in the Pinehurst South area, now instead of getting out on Highway 5, coming down and crossing a gravel crossing at Olivia Lane, going down a gravel road, being Olivia Lane, they can come out of fire station number 2, down Blake Boulevard, turn into this neighborhood, and hit a siren-activated gate at the end of this road, make a left, and still go into CCNC. So I would certainly make the argument that the access is better, it's probably quicker, and I think I'm not going to quote the fire chief, but I think he would agree that this is a better option than having to navigate out on the 5 and then turn down that road. So I thought that was worth mentioning because there's going to be a fair amount of discussion tonight, I'm sure, around Olivia Lane, but I did want to point out some things that probably do provide some benefit for that connection. This will be a public street, and then so from the distance from Olivia Lane to where it actually ties into CCNC is probably 400 or 500 feet as opposed to 1,800 feet, give or take. So anyway, I thought I'd mention that. The subdivision, stormwater controls will be provided, so we'll meet the 10-year design storm, pre- and post-development runoff rates. The stormwater pond will be located on the east side of the property, which here is kind of planned north on the site. We intend to somewhat amenitize that stormwater pond. We don't want it to be a mosquito-infested type thing. We want to hold the stormwater and then hopefully let it serve as some type of amenity to the neighborhood. The access that Alex was mentioning earlier, we also, in addition to some of our other conversations with TRC, we provided a pedestrian access point from that 28-acre tract towards the top of the page here, which would ultimately be in the area where you're talking about having the innovation hub. That would also be it'd be stormwater access easement as well as a pedestrian easement for future pedestrian connections. So now as we go, and then we also have Josh Franke here with Raymond Kemp, who will talk about traffic, and the connection to Blake. So we have certainly agreed. We feel like the two conditions are somewhat tied together because as we do a site distance analysis of that connection from our new road on the Blake Boulevard, we're going to look at the entire site distance, right? So we're on, a couple of good things that we have going for us here is we're on the outside of the curb. So it'd be different if that curve turned the other way and you couldn't, you know, you had a sharp curve coming around and you couldn't see, but we are sitting on the outside edge of the curb. And by the time a car pulls up in a stop condition, that sight distance triangle, I don't mean that it doesn't mean anything, but you probably have already pulled past what would be the sight distance triangle anyway, and I'll let Josh elaborate on that. But we're certainly prepared to do a detailed analysis on that whole site with Ramey Kemp's help. Again, these are just some development plan details. You'll see the image on the lower left shows that pedestrian and stormwater easement between lot 4 and 5. And again, just some site data table things that Alex mentioned. So as we talk about probably impervious, I think the max allowable is 45%. We think we're going to be about in the 35% impervious range. Again, we don't have floodplains or watershed issues here. And then that pump station lot we were talking about earlier was about not quite a half an acre. There is no open space, but we do have some common areas that would be maintained by the POA, and they're intended to basically be green space, if you will, just to break up some of the monotony at times of the lots, but there will be a couple of lots that will be owned by the POA and maintained by the POA. The curb and gutter waiver that we talked about, or that was mentioned. So if you can imagine, this is your highest density zoning, and if you saw the image of the lots, the houses that we would intend to build here, these are again, these are kind of T&D type houses, to traditional neighborhood type development. They'd be pushed as far to the road as we could, shorter driveways. But with the occurrence of the houses, if you had a standard vertical curb, meaning you're a 30-inch wide curb at the bottom with a 6-inch vertical curb coming off the face of the curb, you're going to have all these curb cuts along this road that to me looks a little bit strange. So it's pretty common in this type of development to do a valley curb. That way it's basically a mountable curb. You sort of drive over it and you make a very much more subtle cut on that curb, which is the reason we're asking for that waiver on the curb and gutter for the valley curb. I'm pretty certain the village has probably granted those in the past. I don't want to speak for the village, but I think we've used them in other places in the village. Again, go to the next slide, Austin. So again, this is our typical street section, and this also, after a lot of negotiation or work with some of the subcommittees of planning and zoning and staff, we will be building these to a village standard and would like to have these turned over as public streets. This is kind of we'll call this sort of a green space rendering of the site. Probably more important is that typical street section, which would show sidewalks on both sides of the road, that valley curb, a planting strip between the sidewalk and the back of the curb, and then street trees on both sides. Again, site data table, I think this is, I think we've all seen this, and we've talked about this quite a bit, so I don't want to belabor the point here. Go to the next one, Austin. And then, again, go back one, Austin, if you would. So parking, again, required parking spaces is 76, based on 2 per dwelling unit, and we provide that. And then, again, our impervious surface is around 35%. Awesome. So, with the maximum density on that track, under the R5 district, if you could physically fit it into the parcel, you could have up to 113 units. Right now, we're at 38 dwelling units. And again, as I said earlier, that is a pretty large departure from the very first proposal that we brought to the village. And we certainly recognize the village's comp plan, and we were, again, just kind of caught in the middle of that. And then we talked about voluntary annexation and valley gutter as opposed to the standard curb and gutter. Traffic, I'm gonna probably turn over to Josh here. Josh Rinke with Ramey Kemp performed the trip generation analysis on this. Josh, you mind jumping in and just walking through some of that?
So Josh Ranke with Ramey Kemp and Associates, our firm did work on the trip generation letter demonstrating that we're well below the threshold to consider a full traffic impact analysis. We'll also, do you want me to briefly touch on the site distance now too, Tim? Cover that. I guess also we will be performing the site distance analysis for the Blake Boulevard access. And once again, we will follow NCDOT and AASHTO guidelines. That does consider design speeds, reaction distance, driver and object heights. So it's a bunch of calculations. So I know the triangles were mentioned before. This is kind of a more in-depth, thorough analysis of that. One of the, once again, it will be sealed by a licensed professional engineer, much as the trip generation letter was. And one of the things I wanted to mention, I know when Tim was discussing where the driveway is located in correspondence to the curvature in the road, where he was saying it's sort of on the good side of the curve, it's if I'm looking and I'm going to turn on Blake Boulevard, instead of having the road curves and I have to look over my shoulder when I'm turning out, I'm looking kind of at an angle ahead, which makes it much easier. So while it is close to a curve, it is on the good side of the curve is why he was saying that. It makes it much easier for the driver to look in that direction and then look to the side versus turning your head sort of backwards. So once again, we did do the trip generation. We're well below threshold for requiring a TIA, and we will be conducting the full site distance analysis based on NCDOT and AASHTO guidelines.
That's kind of it. Dave, I'm sorry. That's not it. That's it for me, but not for Dave.
When we were before the planning board, I sat in the background and only answered questions as they came up. So I didn't qualify to make the presentation this time. Again, my name's Dave Neal. While my practice has related to commercial real estate, it seems these days to more focus on land use and municipal law. The applicant asked me to take a look at the situation because Olivia Lane was weird. I guess that's probably a fair enough assessment. I immediately called my old friend Mike Newman to see if he could clue me in on what weirdness might be involved. And he immediately exploded and told me, well, that's not the only one like that. And I knew I was going to need to do some more digging. So taking a look at the history of Olivia Lane. Olivia Lane, or it's had other names over the years, but the road that we now know as Olivia Lane has existed there. It predates the earliest aerials from 1950 that we have for that spot. It has always been either a dirt road or a gravel corridor, and it has followed exactly that same path, and it has crossed what used to be the Norfolk Southern line, which is now the Aberdeen and Carolina Western Railway. So that's the background on it. A preliminary review of title, however, doesn't show that it has ever been, at least in a preliminary review, doesn't look like it's actually been deeded out. So the tract that you see, if you look at the vicinity map, the larger tract to the north of Olivia Lane was commonly known as the Arnett Tract, which makes sense. It's now the public street that cuts right through it. And lots have been carved out of that over the years, over the decades, fronting on Olivia Lane. Those homes do not run to the center line of Olivia Lane. They don't cross Olivia Lane in some cases. And really not a whole lot of detail was provided on how those lots or how those homes were going to get out to the highway. It was just understood that folks would use Olivia Lane. Under North Carolina law, that's commonly known as a neighborhood public road. We have lots of them around the state. They arise as a matter of tradition and culture and just common understanding. But they are at day's end private roads. They provide rights of access to the homes or to the properties that front on them. We kind of know that that's where we're going to end up with the legal analysis, but for the staff and really for the client, we need to have that in the form of a legal opinion. And so we've engaged a local Pinehurst law firm to deliver to us and therefore to the village a legal opinion as to title, not only as to the cottages tract, but it will also give us some answers for those homes that front on Olivia Lane, because I think they're all similarly situated. CCNC and the village have an express crossing agreement. So that's the Olivia Lane portion. We'll talk about the road. Now we have to think about the crossing to get out to 5. So the crossing, so far as we know, is only memorialized by a single agreement, which is between the village and the Aberdeen Railroad. That agreement doesn't expressly say that it's just for CCNC. However, at a time in the past when there was talk of expanding its scope, the railroad expressed to the village that we, the railroad, always understood this was for CCNC. And if it's going to be more than just CCNC for their emergency access, we need to talk about it again. So in that light, village staff, my client, have been talking with the railroad. There appears to be support for the idea of amending the agreement, and I have prepared a draft that I delivered to the village attorney, and I believe has been shared with staff, so that that can be worked through with the railroad. The hope in all of that is that we end up with an agreement that is clearer as to its scope and also provides some assurance to those who have properties fronting on Olivia Lane as to where their crossing rights came from. So the cottages would have emergency access rights. CCNC would have emergency access rights. But those who have their residence on Olivia Lane clearly need something more than that. And that could be covered in this. And so a paragraph was added to address that concern. We know from the railroad's communications that over the long term, the railroad would like to close Arnett or Olivia Lane. When that would occur, we don't know. And so the staff suggestion was to make that provision for perhaps a future connection to Arnett. And that's why you see that stub out. I think that's the legal lay of the land on that. So what we would need in order to avoid either a reduction in the number of units or to avoid sprinklering, which were both agreed to conditions, we would need to confirm with a legal opinion the right of access along Olivia Lane, as well as the right of crossing with the railroad. And that would be an agreement between the village and the railroad.
I have a question right there. Are you indicating that you have requested or even drafted a letter that would address these issues you have just identified, the crossing on the one hand and access? A letter that the village of Pinehurst would sign? And send it to our attorney?
Correct. I drafted a form of update to the agreement and delivered that to the staff when we were talking about what sort of a thing might be appropriate for the railway.
Seems to me that's an action that the village of Pinehurst would take in due course if we feel that's appropriate.
Absolutely, sure.
I'm not aware, and I don't know that we've seen this letter. Alex, have we seen anything, Darren, about this? Do we know anything about this letter?
It's not a letter. It's essentially a new form of agreement that would be executed if it was in the judgment of the village council and in the railway, something to nail down these issues.
appreciate your history and your expertise, but it seems to me that action would be something that the village council would authorize if we felt it was necessary, and working directly with our attorney. But
Absolutely.
we'll go on.
No,
to
no,
that. So I'm a little-
it didn't go to the railway, it just
I'm a
went to
little
the
anxious
village.
that you've taken that action, but maybe that's just
It
my
was
reaction.
just something delivered to the village attorney.
Any other comments in your presentations then, David or Josh?
We're here for questions.
All right, well, let's open it up for questions then. Kevin, would you like to start questions this time? Or? I mean, we have a number of issues here that the council has been considering, I think, in looking at this application, and we'll have public comments after this. Would you like to start, or what?
I think the village staff added a lot of what I was going to add, that what the original intent was, and, you know, we met a while back on in the comp plan for that to be for non-residential uses, because we're limited with non-residential use and mixed use. You know, we're trying to make it so you could possibly work there and live there and maybe even buy something there, you know, and so it was a strategy to try to lower traffic patterns, to try to have it be a self-sustaining little place, and I think the staff did a good job of bringing that out already. That was our intent with this area, for it to be a mixed use, and contemplate residential totally. But so that's just a comment. I mean, I guess, and you don't have to answer this. Is there what local attorneys you work with on this document?
On the title opinion, it's Jim McNeil.
Excuse me?
Jim McNeil.
Oh, Jim McNeil. Sorry, the mask. Yeah,
I know.
And that's the only questions I had. Comment. Just, you know, it's just kind of, you know, it's not, like I say, it's not, you're honoring the PDO. The comp plan is different, but I just thought it was important to bring that out again, that comment, that what we were looking for is a mixed-use development. And I wanted to know that question. And I'd like to understand pedestrian patterns more. You talked about them a lot. I don't mind you doing it verbally, but it's real important. The pedestrian aspect is good. Where are pedestrians able to walk? You said you use the term, you know, public pedestrian easement.
Yeah, so right now, of course, you've got the internal streets that'll have sidewalks on both sides, and certainly, of course, the neighborhood will be walkable internal. And then that pedestrian access easement, that came through some discussions with staff. So we had a drainage easement that would come from the 28-acre tract that was previously, that we're not showing development, but it's kind of a western upstream tract. So we had that, we had it called out as a drainage easement. So as opposed to it just being a drainage easement, we also identified it as a drainage/pedestrian easement. That way, if the remaining 28 acres of currently neighborhood commercial were to develop, and to your point earlier, if that became sort of a commercial or a retail or innovation type center where you have that kind of walk and work type application, then there would be pedestrian connectivity into this neighborhood where actually some of those folks could live. So it was between lots 4 and 5. Now, when you get out to Blake Boulevard, obviously, as you know, there are no sidewalks there currently. But I would think that would be hopeful, and I'm sure you are, that as that remaining lands developed under the comp plan guidance, that you would certainly, there would probably be more pedestrian connectivity, green trails, sidewalks, et cetera. So we would obviously have the beginnings of that in this neighborhood.
Okay.
That answer your question?
Yeah, that answers my question.
Judy?
I have some questions about the elevations and a couple other points as well. But you showed 3 different style homes, and are there some 2 stories in there as well as single-story homes?
Yeah, so they're probably, and Marcel's here, but they're probably mostly story and a half, but they're probably in that cottagey range where you might have some, you'd have some upstairs space in that gable end, like you would see on the
Right.
front, or over the garage. So they're not 100% single floor living. So, but I wouldn't guess that they're 100% two stories. So it's probably, I would guess it's more of a story and a half. In that 1,800 square feet to 2,600 square feet, we don't exactly know all the square footages yet, but yes, they could be some two-story in there.
The elevation also showed a front yard, and you did your side cut of the street plan. How wide is your sidewalk plan to be?
The sidewalks are typical 5-foot sidewalks as required by the village. And then you have, and the sidewalks are right, as you see them on that streetscape plan, they're set back to the edges of the right-of-way. So from the sidewalk to the house, you have a front setback of 20 feet, so you'd have, a 20-foot front yard, and then, about the same on the rear, I think.
But the 20-foot setback also includes the sidewalk.
No.
So from the
The
side-
setback is measured from the right-of-way line of the street, which, can we go back to that? I'm not sure how to do that here, but, so we can go back to that streetscape plan and look at it, and I can.
That would help me too.
Yeah. Can you try to get back to that, or do you need permission to jump in there? Oh, there we go. Austin, if you'll go forward, I think, a couple slides. And also, I'm not sure if you can zoom in on that, but anyway, this will probably work. But so you see the street trees on the outside edge, and then you have the sidewalks with the people standing on both sides of the road, and then the road. So you have a 6-foot planting strip in between that, and then you have street trees on the backside. So the right-of-way of the road is right at or about the street tree line. And then if you go back one slide, Austin. So then you have the front setback, if you look at this typical lot, so the front setback is measured from the right-of-way of the road. So you have that full setback width. So as far as you can pull the house to the road is 20 feet, and I'm sorry, I can't remember.
Right,
Put my glasses on.
but part of chewing up that setback is the sidewalk.
Yeah, but the sidewalk is on the street right-of-way, so the sidewalk is not inside of that setback.
So it's 20 feet from outside the sidewalk.
Correct. So
Okay.
that front setback, that 20 feet between there and the home would be potentially all yard or grass. And they can always push these houses back a little bit, so they don't necessarily have to be sitting right at the setback line.
Okay. The intriguing use of the neighborhood commercial lot as effectively a driveway into this development. There's nothing in your presentation about what you're going to do with that entrance. And I'm concerned, and there's a requirement that there's no planted buffer. So I'm just curious about how you're going to treat that and what will the aesthetic be?
Yeah, so the idea being is that you would have an entrance into this neighborhood, and it would be, and as we showed it, as green space on both sides. We did, I don't think we have a buildable lot there anyway, dimensionally. So really the road cuts in between it, and so what'll happen is that'll be preserved in open space. It'll be common space under the POA, but that is your aesthetic. So likely what's going to happen is you're going to go in and clean up those woods, clean out understory, and make it for lack of a better term, a thoroughfare or a drive into this neighborhood that's very nice. I mean, we haven't explored the opportunity of signage out there, and I would understand that's probably a separate permit through the village.
Right.
But yes, dressing up the front entrance is certainly in the plan.
Okay, that's great. You've got 30-some houses out there. You've got sidewalks on either side, and there's mailboxes. And I'm picking up on some conversations at the P&Z meetings that I listened to, and I'm just hopeful that you might consider a mail kiosk versus post office,
Right.
mailboxes at every street, because I think it'll look,
And I don't think that a mail kiosk is out of, I wouldn't say that's off the table, and I'm not sure if Marcel's still here, but I wouldn't say that's off the table, and I guess at one point, we also thought, well, we're a block or two from the post office, so there could also be, P.O. boxes if they had the capacity for that. But I'll speak for the applicant, I guess, at this time. So if we can find a place for a mail kiosk and that's an appropriate method for handling the mail delivery, that would be fine. I understand the concern about, with the regularity or the occurrence of these homes and mailboxes down the street, but.
it could be distracting. I lived in a very similar high-density neighborhood in Cincinnati, but our mailboxes were attached to the house, but we had a walking mail carrier, and we probably aren't going to have that
I don't
here.
think I'm not sure they do that anymore.
Yeah, I know. So one other question about Arnett. I want to make sure, I'm not sure if I understood you to say that one possibility is that Arnett would be closed off. Mr. Neal?
I don't know if it's a possibility. We have an email from the railway, I believe that was sent to staff, that said we would like to pursue closing one of those two crossings. So the idea has been plan for all possibilities in the future. Whether the railroad could close the DOT, you have a private condemnor versus a public condemnor. I suppose we'd let them arm wrestle that out. I doubt that would be the likely path. It seems if there were a closing, it likely would be the private way, which is Olivia, in which case you would route the traffic either to serve CCNC, you would route the traffic connected through Arnett down through the gate, or Blake down through the gate. That's certainly above my pay grade as to how the railroad and DOT would sort that out. But we're trying to plan for all eventualities.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you all for your presentations.
What's the possibility on the garages that at least some might be placed side or rear? I know it's a tight community, and that's one of the concerns here, but any way we can do things to try to make the architecture look better throughout the neighborhood?
Well, I don't, given the width of the lots, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure that you can get to a side load garage on these. And of course, the idea is that we would build as nice a home there as possible. And of course, we're not the builder. We're here on behalf of the applicant and the builder. But we didn't come up with the architecture, so I'm not even sure. Did Marcel leave?
Is there a gentleman to your right over your shoulder you're looking for?
I'm sorry. Marcel is, Mr. Gano is the applicant. So I don't want to speak too much to the architecture, but, I think at the end of the day, that's a fairly representative function of what the homes would look like in that kind of.
I suppose if you had to reduce the number of homes to deal with the sprinklering issue, that might offer an alternative for a little bit bigger lot and perhaps a repositioning of garages.
Well, but I think we're also prepared to sprinkle the homes if need be.
Okay.
I mean, it's a safe way of doing business with, for the safety of the homeowners as well, so.
Okay. Let's go on to another question. Jane, would you like to address some questions now? And Lydia, I know you're there too.
Thank you. Thank you for coming this evening.
Sure, thank you.
At one point in your presentation, you mentioned that this property could support 113 5,000 square foot lots.
Just based, so if you took the acreage and divided it by 100.
Okay, but that doesn't include
that's just a gross.
And that doesn't include the stormwater.
Correct.
So that's not a realistic number, is it?
No, and I think I said that. I think assuming you could fit them in the acreage, I think. But
I think you haven't cut back on the number of possible lots in coming up with this design, have you? Or have you?
Yeah, well, so we know that we have stormwater areas to manage, and we know that we have a geometry of the parcel itself that we have to manage in order to provide a density that works within the
Right, but
zoning
you haven't
We
reduced,
haven't, no, ma'am, we have not been asked to.
reduced the number?
No, ma'am.
No, okay.
Thank you.
I think that's
Sure.
fair to put out there. Do any of the utilities run under the stormwater detention area?
No.
Okay. I'm interested in the neighborhood commercial area was subdivided
Right.
to use as the access way out to Blake. Has that parcel been merged with the 13-acre parcel?
Not at this time.
Going to be?
I would assume that we would do that, and we haven't really discussed that, but there are no development plans for that parcel, for one, because I don't think it's a conforming lot to start with.
Okay. There are on either side of the proposed subdivision road, there's a lot in the commercial zone, lot 40 and lot 42. Are those proposed to be developed?
No, ma'am.
So who will own those?
Those will be owned by the POA,
By the HOA?
the HOA, yeah.
Okay. So doesn't that mean there's going to have to be a merger of those two parcels?
I mean, I think functionally, and I may need a little help from Dave on this, but I think functionally, yes, now they have different zonings, obviously, but we have no plans to develop the 1.3 acre property. But if those parcels could be recombined, certainly, I mean, it would be a cleaner operation for everybody.
I would really appreciate it if you could speak a little slowly. I don't hear, a
Okay.
little hard of
I'm sorry,
hearing
I don't
anyway,
either.
and the masks don't help. So
Okay.
I could not understand. I could hear that you were talking, but I
Okay.
can't tell what you're saying.
Sure. So, yes, I mean, if we have no, as I said earlier, we have no plans to develop the parcel. So if at some point, if we can clean up the kind of the split zoning, if you will, and recombine those two tracts with other common areas, then yes, I think that would be the route that we would go.
Still can't get it. Are you suggesting that in the future, you might recombine that 1.3 acre neighborhood commercial parcel with a different piece of land?
No, with the piece of land that it's currently attached to on the plan.
With the R5?
With the
With the
subdivision.
R5
Yeah,
tract?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Not for the purpose of building a lot, but really just for the purpose of combining the parcels to get them back together, to your point. So that parcel of land, so the R5 tract of land was a landlocked parcel. And that purchase of that 1.3 acre land was bought for the purpose of access. But it just happens to be zoned neighborhood commercial, but no development intentions that are currently on the table for the 1.3 acre piece of land.
Until there is a merger, does there need to be a permanent easement in favor of the R5 parcel to use the road as it travels to Blake Boulevard?
No, because the roads are intended to be dedicated as public.
Well,
So,
what if they're not dedicated as public?
well, they'll be dedicated as private. Then at that point, in that plat, a private right-of-way would be dedicated from Blake Boulevard all the way through the end of the property.
So it seems confusing to me that there's this sort of gray area of the zoning, the merger, the usage, the combined usage of those parcels, and at what point do we have a question of what's the zoning on that 1.3 acre parcel? And are we rezoning it? And is that something that needs to be brought to the council?
Well, we're not necessarily requesting to rezone it because we have no intention to develop it, for one. Now,
But it will be owned by the HOA as a
will.
common area?
Correct.
Well,
So
a residential common area.
well, it's a common area associated with the Pinehurst South cottages. And if we can recombine the parcel, and I'm going to pause for a second and ask for some legal advice, but if there's no reason why you can't recombine a parcel that would have split zoning on it unless.
There is not. We have examples of it in the village.
Okay, so we have no, Marcel, we have no issues with, no, we have no issue with recombining that parcel of land. So if you go back to our development plan, we have the 1.3 acre piece of land that has a road running through it, and it creates a non-conforming lot on either side of it. So if we take that and recombine it with the rest of the R5 land, then you have something that is owned entirely by a POA or HOA. So it's not a developable tract.
Councilwoman Hogaman, just
Maybe I think to help Jane understand this, ownership has nothing to do with the zoning. It's uses.
It's
that have to be
usage.
compliant with the zoning.
Yes, I
And if, as long as it remains open space, neighborhood commercial is okay.
even if it's a common area for the
Yes.
use of the residents?
It's not, because it's not being, hasn't been developed. Ownership doesn't matter. The fact that it's owned by an HOA doesn't matter.
But it's a residential use. Okay, so
Not.
let's move along, but it is confusing because it's not a sequence of events you see every day of the week, that you're combining parcels of land with different zoning on them, and so the more you think about it, the more confused you get. Is there any aspect, other than the road, the proposed subdivision road itself, of that 1.3 acre parcel, whether it's acreage or dimensions or anything else, that is required to support the proposed development of R5?
No, and I think if I'm understanding your question is that 1.3 acres tied at all to support the development of the rest of the tract? And I think the answer to that question is no. So that tract is there. So if you go back to when that parcel was purchased, where it borders the Pinehurst Rehab Center on the east, it's kind of an odd shape of land anyway. So that's just sort of the way the geometry worked out there in an effort to get, basically be able to get a road in and get a road in the right place. So by splitting that parcel the way it's currently split, what's left over with the road, what's left over on the east or the west, neither one of those are really usable parcels in the sense of building a residential lot on it or putting a piece of commercial use on it. That is not the intent at all. I want to assure you of that. So we're more than happy to get the parcels recombined, and if it's okay that they stay split zoning like it is, then all the better, because there's no intent. There's no intent there that parcel was used for anything other than common space.
When will you have the title report on Olivia Lane, do you think?
Councilwoman, I don't know. I had hoped to have it today, because then I could be sort of a hero and check off an item, but I don't know. I understand that it's complicated. If we don't have the title report, then I'm going to be advising my client that he needs to sprinkler his homes.
What is the width of Olivia Lane? Do we know that?
40 feet.
Okay, so it can't support a road built to village standards?
It can't support, I would guess you would call it a public road, because it already supports a fire truck when they go down there. So it's a 40-foot right-of-way that, as Mr. Neal said, has been recognized in every plat we've seen. It's been referred to as South Carolina Avenue and a variety of things. But it is currently used by the village in an emergency situation, I presume is all. So if you were building a 20-foot road in there, I don't even think the village has a standard for a 40-foot right-of-way, not for a public road type right-of-way. Probably for, and I think Mike's still here, you could probably still use it for emergency access vehicles, but not for a public road.
I see. And will the attorneys who are helping you with the title report be able to tell you not only the ownership of the road and the ownership of any easement rights, but the scope of those easement rights? In other words, would it be an easement just for one home or an easement for 38 homes?
Ma'am, we probably already know the answer to that without the title report, and that's going to be under North Carolina common law. The owners there have a right of ingress and egress and reasonable use of their residential properties, or whatever the use was anticipated at the time those lots were created. So that would be the scope of that common law right that they have, whether that's a easement by necessity, easement by prescription, easement by prior use. I could probably think of a couple more that the judges like to cite. Won't matter, because at the end of the day, it's essentially going to be a right of ingress and egress, reasonable ingress and egress uses for that lot as well as for this tract.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Lydia, I think you have some questions.
I do, John, thank you. First, in planning and zoning, you guys had mentioned, someone had mentioned that there was a need for this type of development, and I believe tonight you said there are couples who want to downsize. I assume that's older couples, young professionals. How about children? Do you anticipate families with children?
So let me go back to the first part of your question, if I may. So we, last year when we sort of went through this, there are some excerpts from the comp plan, your current comp plan, that talks about the age ranges of 65 to 74 age group that represents 22.5% of your total population, at least at the time of the plan, and that additional housing opportunities would be advisable or a valuable component to the community. And as I said earlier, these homes are not intended to be age restricted, maybe targeted by use. So to answer your question more directly, yes, you could have a family there.
Okay, but from what you just read, it sounds like you're anticipating people, you'd said downsize, which is people, older couples, older families who want to move into a smaller unit. So I was just trying to get a better idea of what you anticipate, what you anticipate your market will be and what you anticipate might be moving in there.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
So yes, ma'am. So I think all along from the time this project was conceived, even when it was larger, that it was intended, or at least anticipated, that the market that would probably be the primary buyer would be that empty nester downsizing. Maybe I'm 52, maybe someone my age, but and then downsizing after our families moved out. But again, it is not age restricted. So I just wanted to clarify that. But that is the target audience.
Okay. And also I want to, I think I'm echoing a concern that the mayor had, the legalities and the complexities of working this out with the railroad, and you've got your report coming for your attorneys. So I do have that concern that I understand you've got to work through, and I hope that the village is informed along the way of anything that might impact us. So we don't have any surprises. And my next question is construction. Well, do you anticipate that all of the units will be constructed at once and then put on the market at once? I asked that because we had a situation similar to that in Pinehurst, and this is a question that the community had, is over what period of time could surrounding areas anticipate that construction is going to be going on?
Yeah, so obviously depending on several economic factors, but no, I don't think any one builder would go in and bite off all 38 lots and put them all under construction at one time. not to mention just the resources required to do that. But I would guess that, you know, if these lots, as these lots are purchased, you know, you might be able to get a pace in a neighborhood like this of, I don't know, 15 a year. I'm not, you know, I'm guessing a little bit just from what I hear in the market with other clients that we have. So, but no, I would not think that at all that they would all be under construction at one time.
Well, that's another question. Will it be spec homes or will sales of individual lots, and then they will, the owners of those lots will build the homes?
Probably be some of both, pre-sales and specs. Yes.
Okay.
I see Mr. Gano nodding his head.
Okay. Yeah, I think that answers my questions.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to insert a
you.
kind of follow-on question to where Lydia asked about the build-out. I'm assuming Mr. Gano is going to be building these homes. You were reflecting on other builders coming in, but isn't that unlikely here?
Yeah, I'm not, well, I better not speak for Mr. Gano, but I'm not sure if he is going to take on all 35 or 38 or not.
At some point in time, anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I want to get over to public comments here, but I've been listening and looking for answers to some of my questions, which have to do with certainly Olivia Lane, certainly the access road out to Blake Boulevard. And I'm very concerned, too, about the amount of traffic, or even better stated, the number of vehicles that are going to be in this rather small spot. You're estimating 2 cars per home, and there's no guest parking. And so what happens when visitors arrive, on the one hand, and just looking around Pinehurst now to some of our existing neighborhoods, and let alone some of the newer ones, I'm seeing, you know, 2, 3, sometimes 4 vehicles of different types in those neighborhoods, and they're either not in the garage because the garage is full of other things, or there are yet other vehicles in there. So the whole issue of cars and traffic and how that's going to be generated here, and a little bit related to that question is also the issue of mailboxes.
Yeah.
Because if you don't put mailboxes here, and since there's no home delivery anymore except where already existing in Pinehurst, people are going to be driving out for the most part, I'm afraid, even though they live close to the post office. And that's just going to add a lot of traffic to what already will be a fairly high impact of traffic on Blake Boulevard, in my opinion. So I've heard the information you have. I'm not expecting you to answer all those questions, but those are the issues I'm concerned with, and the council and the planning staff will be addressing those with us. If you want to comment on any of those, that's fine, but we have some individuals I know here who want to speak from the public point of view, and I'd like to get to that, but is there anything else you'd like to mention about the project at this point before going to public comments?
No, sir, and I think I'm done, at least for now, and other than any other questions, but I appreciate your time and all your questions, and hopefully we answer most of them.
Now, before we move
Yes,
to
sir,
public
Jeff.
comment, can I make one
Please.
clarifying point? Tim, I think I heard you suggest earlier that you believe that meeting the site distance requirement would negate the need to meet the site triangle requirement. Our engineering specifications and standards manual clearly requires both. So meeting one does not negate the requirement for the other. So meeting meeting condition B will only help you negate the requirement for a site triangle to the extent that you can use it to justify a case for a variance that would have to go to, of course, you have to take that to the zoning board of adjustments to
And understand completely. I guess what I wanted to just, the site distance analysis that will be done will be far in excess of what you benefit from a site distance triangle.
Yeah.
But I understand what, I understand.
I just want to
what
make
you're
sure you're
saying.
clear what our expectation is.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
okay.
Thank you.
And just picking up to one of my comments before we get into public comments on the issue of vehicles and all, I guess I haven't seen over some years working on a council here and in other ways, I've never seen a traffic study that didn't say everything will be all right, don't worry. And in this particular subdivision, I just continue to be concerned about the traffic impact on Blake Boulevard, let alone on Highway 5 after that. And I know you've followed all the formulas and everything else, but you feel that this traffic analysis you provided is correct, and we don't need to worry about traffic impact. Is that fair,
Well,
Josh?
so for clarification, we did a trip generation. So essentially what that is it takes a manual that looks at, just for this, residential all over the country. And once again, we were conservative because I know he said we're targeting a certain age group, but that doesn't mean we're doing age restricted. That's a much lower trip generator. So we said, okay, we're treating this like single-family homes, looking at this data, which is, NCDOT, municipalities recognize this nationally. We provide a trip generation saying this is the number of units. Do we trigger for DOT or the municipality a full traffic impact analysis where we'd study off-site intersections like Blake Boulevard and NC5 and things like that, and actually have to collect count data and then run analysis? So we're saying, here's what our trip generator is, and it is relatively low. I know you say, well, I have concerns when we're talking 40 cars in an hour during the worst hours of the day as the high. That's entering and exiting traffic, or less than one vehicle a minute. So essentially what that does is it looks at it and says, here's where we are. There are DOT, there are municipality thresholds for requiring that more thorough traffic impact analysis where you'd say, what are the impacts exactly on the intersections around there during the peak times? So this is well below those thresholds. So to give you an idea, we have about 400 daily trips. DOT looks at 3,000. We need to have a full traffic impact analysis. So we're a small fraction. So it's not that we're saying there aren't any trips. It's not that we're saying delays won't go up a little. We're saying it is a very small amount compared to, and it isn't triggering a full traffic impact analysis per development ordinance or NCDOT guidelines or anything like that. So it is a trip generation. It doesn't focus as much on the analysis. Usually if I'm here, I'm talking, I've done a traffic impact analysis for Pinehurst Elementary or whatever else, because it's a big generator. It triggers that traffic impact analysis. We need to look at all the adjacent intersections. This is saying, this is how many trips this site is expected to generate. That's below the thresholds for requiring the traffic impact analysis.
Well, thank you for that, Josh. I would just add that Highway 5 is a pretty busy road right now, right, Tim? You're down in Aberdeen, you're coming back and forth there all the time.
I drive it quite a bit, yes,
It's
sir.
not as though that this is going to be, the only traffic that's going out there, and we shouldn't worry. And Monticello and Blake have some similar concerns to Highway 5.
And I know
So-
our firm is actually working with DOT on NC5, so these are sort of things where when they have these land and they're projecting out in the future to look at these big projects where they're improving NC5, they've already considered, and since this isn't even a rezoning, they've considered what traffic would be expected in the future from this development when we're looking at the ultimate design of those roads. So this is something where if we said, well, how does, if we did a traffic impact analysis, what is the impact of this development on NC5 and Blake Boulevard? It probably increases, a second or two of delay, which is minimal. It does, add traffic to a network. NC5 has capacity issues. That's why there is a big DOT project that's looking at that sort of thing. So it's not that I'm saying there aren't traffic issues out there already. It's the impact of this site is what we'd be looking at, and it would be minimal.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Mayor, I would be remiss as the lawyer to not clarify that the applicant is agreeing to all three of the recommended conditions that have been proposed either by the planning board or by staff. And with that, as part of your administrative review, we would request your approval as we meet or exceed all of the standards of the village. And if it's possible, we would love the opportunity to be recalled. If there are public comments that raise new questions, we'll be here.
Well, certainly raise those. We're not making a decision tonight, as you know, and for technical reasons, we actually cannot.
Sure.
And we haven't heard from the public yet. So I'm going to do that. I have Kay Pearson, who signed up to make public comments, and other than the three gentlemen here have already done that. And if there is anyone else who would like to make comments in the public hearing, they can do that after Ms. Pearson. Gentlemen, you may wish to take your seats behind at this point. And so that Ms. Pearson could sit at these tables if you'd like. Do we have any way to clean those, Alex, or can we have a little?
Case ready.
Do you have that? I'm serious, and we do have the ability to help with that if you would like. And that microphone is off, so if you just push that little front button, it should go green if you hold that down a little bit. And it will turn green. No, just push the push button, or grab one of the others to your right because they're working. Why don't you just move over? Okay, you can take.
There it goes.
There.
All right.
Please state your name and address, please.
My name is Kay Pearson, and I'm from 45 Brandon Trail in Pinehurst. Mayor, council members, village staff, Miss Lydia. I'd like to start by reading a couple sections from our PDO. Section 1.7 says, the comprehensive long-range plan for the village of Pinehurst, as adopted by the village council and amended from time to time, shall serve as the basic policy guide for the administration of this ordinance. It's therefore the intent of the village to administer this ordinance in accordance with the comprehensive long-range plan. The goals and policies of the long-range plan may be amended from time to time to meet changing requirements of the village and its ETJ. The second one I want to read is 1.7.1, legal effect of the comprehensive long-range plan. Except as provided in section 2.1 hereof, all development within the village and its ETJ shall be in accordance with the applicable provisions of the comprehensive long-range plan, as adopted or amended by the village council. Amendments to the text of this ordinance and/or rezoning of property under the provision of Chapter 6 of this ordinance may be required in order to ensure compliance with this section. And I just say to the side that I just noticed as I was sitting back there that I think this was from 2014. Am I wrong? Is the new long-range comprehensive plan up on site?
The new plan was adopted 1 year ago in October of 2019.
Right. I guess I apologize. This is the PDO from 2014, correct? Okay. So here are my concerns with this development. Number one, the statement in the staff report on this proposal says this development is, quote, not consistent with the comprehensive plan. This development is totally contrary to the plan and the wishes of the community. After 2 years and countless hours of analysis, along with extensive public input and taxpayer money, the 2019 comprehensive plan was developed and approved just 1 year ago, but yet here we are with a development proposal that is in direct conflict. The area is identified in the plan as generally commercial and professional, with the only residential being stacked residential and no single-family detached development. The Pinehurst citizens' vote last year has been embodied in the document of the long-range comprehensive plan. Therefore, council should reject this plan as not being consistent with the comprehensive plan. Number two, Blake Boulevard entrance. The inclusion in this development of the small parcel fronting Blake Boulevard that is currently zoned neighborhood commercial would seem to become part of the development, which is zoned R5. And I know that we've gone through this a bit extensively, but I'd just like to go through what I've said, what I wrote. The R5 parcel will be transferred, if you will, possibly, and maintained by an HOA. It would seem the parcel zoned NC should be either be used as such and not to support and be part of a residential development, or be rezoned as R5. Will this small parcel become part of the common ground of this development and be maintained by the HOA? And without designating this parcel as an integral part of the development, effectively rezone the parcel? To avoid a rezoning, is the developer going to maintain ownership of the small parcel on Blake Boulevard and give the owners of property irrevocable rights to access it? Or will the developer continue to maintain and pay taxes? So I think some of that has already been answered. A rezoning requires an ordinance, and no such ordinance, to my knowledge, was discussed in the planning board meeting or on any agenda. In addition, I drove Blake Boulevard a couple times back and forth over a couple of days. And the corner, it's in my opinion, and I expressed this to Jeff Batten, and I don't disagree because he said the road meets the village standards, but it is a small village road that when you're going away from Route 5 and you're going past the entrance, you do go onto this corner that goes downhill. That's rather blind when you're on that and with people coming out. And then when you turn around and you come back up, same sort of thing. You're going to be having people, you're coming up sort of a blind corner, and here's the entrance, and they're coming out. My only suggestion is, and I believe you could perhaps mandate this, is turn lanes. Turn lanes going either way that the developer would provide to make it safer for all of us that live here. Number 3, when asked about mailboxes in the development, I felt the developer was somewhat vague in giving a solution, and again, it's been discussed tonight. He stated he was not planning to construct a centralized kiosk area with postal boxes for the community, yet the Postal Service will no longer deliver to residents and developments. A mailbox kiosk has to be the developer's responsibility. It's another detail to be worked out. Fourth concern is parking within the development, and you touched on this a little bit, John. With 2 parking spaces for each residence and a turnaround for emergency vehicles, where are visitors, repair/utility trucks, etc., supposed to park within the development? It was mentioned the streets within the development will become public, and emergency vehicles will have access to the emergency gate to CCNC at the junction of Street A and Olivia Lane through another gate. This would seem to be a recipe for disaster. Should not additional visitor overflow parking be mandated? If you take a look at that. Conclusion, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would you wish to provide a copy of that to the clerk, either by electronic mail or otherwise, just so we have those comments and can reflect
I'll
on
clean
those?
it up a little bit.
Whatever.
Okay.
Whatever you like. All right, thank you.
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Are there other residents present who wish to speak tonight on this issue? Yes, sir. Would you approach this microphone? State your name and address, please.
My name is Bob Coates. I live at 21 Edinburgh Lane in Pinehurst. Although Ms. Pearson and I did not coordinate anything, we did not talk about this ahead of time, I would like to echo many of her comments, especially on the first part of her presentation. I understand that most of this land is already zoned R5, but the village spent a long time, a lot of effort, a lot of money as far as developing this long-range comprehensive plan. As Mr. Cameron indicated in his report, I think there are some real inconsistencies in what's been put forth in the comprehensive plan and what this proposal is trying to accomplish. I mean, the comprehensive plan has identified this area for non-residential uses. This is 100% a residential use. Now, maybe in the future, other parts will be non-residential, but this certainly isn't. So I hope that with this comprehensive plan in place, it's not just a suggestion. I think it's something that we should adhere to and enforce, even though it's different than zoning. So, that's about it for me.
Mr. Coates, thank you very much. Are there any questions from council on any of the testimony or applicants? I think are there other members who wish to speak who I've not called on? Not members being residents. Thank you. Kevin?
My mic off. I'm a little self-indulgent here. You guys, I feel really confident that you'll meet the landscaping requirements. I'm looking at your landscaping, the staff report landscaping slide, which it says a tree, a large hardwood or pine per 40 linear feet. But I think what the reason I'm saying I'm being self-indulgent, we can't require you to do anything but this because it's not commercial. It doesn't you can't require a buffer or any of that. So I'm just asking you, what is your strategy? Is it to clear cut and build these homes, or try to retain some of the existing wooded woods that are there? And you don't have to answer this because this cannot be a requirement. We cannot require you, but I thought I could ask the question, right? And I think it's something the public really always wants to know, is how will you go in and develop a property where you get everything out of the way, then meet the requirements, which is your legal right to be able to do in this? Or is there a way you could retain, we always thought we'd be dealing with a commercial client that we could ask to have the buffers in and things like that, but we're not in this case. And so I thought, we can't require it, but I could ask you, and so I'm asking the question.
I'll answer the question to the best of my ability. So it's always our intent to retain vegetation, trees, shrubbery, whatever's there. There will be some requirement to grade these sites in more than one lot at a time. They're 5,000 square foot lots. So if you've ever, I'm not sure if you have, but if you've ever built a home on a 5,000 square foot lot, there's not a lot of room to ramble sometimes.
I can understand
so,
that.
To the extent that we can retain and the grade cooperates, vegetation on the back side of the lots, front side, probably not as much on the front side, just to be honest. But around the stormwater facilities, and yes, we will try to retain as much vegetation as possible, because at the end of the day, the intent here is to create a quality neighborhood, and we haven't been after this more than 18, 24 months total, from the time we first brought the first proposal in, to do it halfway. So, Mr. Gannot and his partners, they spent a lot of money on my time, Mr. Neal's time, and other consultants' time, trying to get something right here. And honestly, Mr. Gannot has owned the property for a little while now, is an R5 zoning. We understand the inconsistency statement that was alluded to earlier, but it is consistent with the PDO, and it is consistent with the underlying zoning. So he's taking advantage of some of his rights in order to develop the property, but at the end of the day, he lives in this county, I live in this county. We want to do something nice here. I wish I could give you all the development details now.
I was talking about the rear
Sure.
yards. I thought that was an opportunity because you're right, it's probably not as much of an opportunity in the.
Right.
But I was just trying to ask, I thought I'd ask the question, even though I want to make it clear, it will not be a condition, we can't require it. And I'm just thought it was a worthy question to ask that the public would like to know the answer of.
Sure, and the more we can retain, the better it is for everybody. We completely understand that, and to the extent that we can, we will certainly try.
Tim, is it fair to say that the entrance lane will have some of those larger trees preserved? You mentioned that you would be clearing the underbrush, but that you would be preserving the existing from the tree survey that was done. So that's in the existing preliminary plan to provide that aesthetic as you come in. Not a primeval forest, but something more sculpted than that.
And there are some other, as Dave alluded to, some of the other common space, where we can keep that vegetation.
Yeah, the stormwater you mentioned.
We do have stormwater area, and that pond kind of, where that stormwater device spans out, but there's some existing vegetation that can be retained there. So, and we, again, I always feel like I'm, tying a noose around my neck, getting ready to jump off the horse when I say this sometimes, but.
I'm not trying to do that.
But we will try, we honestly want to try to develop a nice neighborhood, something that looks nice. And again, anytime we can retain existing vegetation, that absolutely helps. So,
Thank you. Thank you for answering.
yeah, sure.
Are there any other questions of the council, of the applicant or the staff at this time? Lydia, are you clear? Clear, go ahead, Lydia.
Now, I'd like to make one comment. Mr. Carpenter, thank you so much for saying you want to make this a nice neighborhood. One thing we hear in community surveys is people are concerned about the quality of new development. And I think Kevin has made it sort of clear. We don't have a whole lot of control over new residential development, but it is music to my ears to hear that you guys want to put a nice, Mr. Gano wants to put a nice development in there. Because it's what our community is asking for.
Sure.
Judy?
No comments.
Jane?
I just have one comment, thank you. And I do appreciate the work that's gone in and the effort into putting this together. But we have this unusual situation with the parcel of land that's zoned differently and that was added on to this tract. And it's required for access. And the two, and it's an unusual situation, so I'm trying to understand, but the two little parcels on either side of the proposed road, lots 40 and 42, would apparently be owned by the HOA, and I'm not talking just about the ownership, but I'm talking, here are all the things that would happen. They would be owned by the HOA as common land for the benefit of this residential community, and they would be taken off the tax rolls, I would imagine, as common land. I mean, it appears they would not be taken off
It's
the
not a
tax rolls?
nonprofit organization. Well, I guess it is.
What's that?
No, it's not a
The-
501c3, so no, it's not.
What happens to the stormwater detention?
It's,
All property,
It
right?
would be owned by the homeowners association.
It's
Full?
the acreage.
Okay. All right, so set aside the tax thing. But it would be owned by the HOA for the benefit of the residential. And it's in a commercial zone. And so I'm still struggling with whether that is not, in effect, a
think about it.
rezoning of that commercial land
Think about it this way.
to a, and I don't.
Are trees and
I wanna think
landscaping
it through.
permitted in a neighborhood commercial zoning district? Yes, they are. That's the use of the property. Are trees and landscaping permitted in the neighborhood commercial zoning district? Yes, they are. That is the use.
Well,
Plus the driveway, the road.
Well, and the road, and roads are also permitted in a neighborhood commercial, yes. But we're talking about those two lots,
And this will be a public street.
Parcels.
So
Right, yeah.
Once
most of this lot is going to become a village asset, if you will. It will become a public street for the service of everyone.
at some point in the future. The other thing about this, you said there's many precedents like this, where you have parcels of land that have different zonings
Yeah.
and are seen, for all practical purposes, as a single parcel.
Really?
Yes, that's what he said earlier tonight.
I'd be interested to see them.
See what?
Other examples?
Precedents.
Well, I can point you to recent history that, before the Greens was developed, that parcel had 3 different zoning classifications on it.
Before the what was developed?
The Greens
Greens
apartment.
Apartments.
But it was treated as a rezoning, no?
It was
Well, it
conditional.
was rezoned, so that problem, that situation no longer exists. But prior to that, there were 3 zoning classifications in effect on that parcel. And not because something had been recombined or anything. It was just, it was a result of the last set of zoning decisions that the council had adopted.
Well, that's, okay, so there's an issue there.
It's,
Or
legally,
maybe
there's no
not.
problem with it. We have examples in the village of it now. I think most of us would tell you, I think, if you ask Darren, he'd probably tell you that it's probably cleaner to not have that situation, but it's not, there's nothing wrong with it.
Well, this Blake Avenue, this Blake Boulevard, I'm sorry, is designed to be commercial, not to have residential neighborhoods emptying out onto it. So this makes quite a change to what was planned for Blake Boulevard. So I think it's a fair question to ask.
Well, you have Quail Haven
It's
across
a
the
road,
street.
they're all built to the same standards. I mean, it's not, trying to say that a road is designed for,
Well, I don't literally mean the street was, I mean that area was designed to be commercial.
yeah, under the current zoning,
It was
yes.
planned
Yeah.
to be commercial, right.
I think Darren may have a comment on this or related to it.
Well,
He's stepping up.
there's an example right across it. Here's
Okay,
the
Judy,
sign.
did you have a question that you were
Well,
going
I mean, Quail Haven is right across the street.
I guess,
That-
think about this.
That's a living
Hold
area
up.
too.
What if this was a bigger development, and there actually was a intervening parcel that had a road, or needed a new road to facilitate neighborhood commercial development, legitimate neighborhood commercial development, but then that road continued into a subdivision because the parcel behind it was zoned for residential? That would be appropriate, right?
Right, but.
Our
but
roads
we-
accommodate all traffic needs. It doesn't discriminate vehicles based on where they're coming from.
Staff discussion, do we have any more questions for
Well, yeah, I think
our guests here?
this is related to the point, but to be developed. Darren, did you have a comment then?
I just have I have an example of some split zone parcels. It's not an ideal situation. That being said, we don't prohibit it at this point with the PDO, but Lori, can you pull up the PowerPoint for me real quick? So I can show you the example in the area, just so you see it. So you see, here's the zoning map from the area. You can see here's NC5, here's Blake Boulevard. You see the stretch along NC5. This is all split zone between NC, that's fronting on NC5, and the back half, which is zone MF, multiple family. So there are some, you can see that split zone down this entire kind of assemblage in here. So it's not uncommon in the area. It's not ideal. We wouldn't propose that for new planning purposes, but you know, we're dealing with a lot of existing zoning. There's no zoning being changed as requested from this in these actions. But I just wanted to show you an example of something
Okay.
that's in the area.
That's helpful, part of the discussion. I would just add one point, and I think we'll ask for a closing of the public hearing. You've referred a few times to the fact that when the village takes this over and the property is annexed, I don't know that you should just assume that we will automatically agree to annex this property. Okay, and that may affect some things along the line. I'll have to think through that, but it's not necessarily the case, I believe, that we'll annex this property.
Okay.
Either.
Fair
All right. I think we've had all the questions we need. Is there a motion to close the public hearing and re-enter the regular meeting?
Move to adjourn the public hearing and re-enter the regular meeting.
Is there a second? Motion by Judy Davis. Is there a second? Second by Kevin Drum. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No.
Do we want to continue it by any chance? Until we get the
I don't
title
know that we need to
report or
continue the
any of
hearing.
other
We'll be having
information?
other
Yeah, we're
discussion.
still meeting.
We'll be having other
Close our
discussion.
discussion.
Public hearing.
You just need to state when you may consider this again, or the next regular meeting, or...
Gotta do it now?
My comment was that we will be in touch with you through staff as to when we would reschedule other discussion in the, at the village council level.
It'll be the next meeting.
Probably the next meeting, yeah, January.
But we have closed the public hearing.
Yeah.
Public hearing is closed, but I think that's understood.
Does that mean we can't entertain any more information if the title report comes in or anything?
Oh,
like
yes,
Yeah,
that certainly
all
will be,
information.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
that? Can do that anyway.
All that will be part of our continued, well, I use the word continue, but our additional discussion on this topic with all the information such as you've named. All right, so the public hearing is closed. We're not deciding this tonight, so there'll be no further discussion on this topic tonight. We'll move on in our agenda to,
I just want to thank you all for
Thank
your
you very
time.
much.
So
And
much.
appreciate you answering my question, Tim. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. David, see you later. Mr. Gano,
I do think there's one point we should,
Joshua.
excuse me, Judy, go ahead.
I think there's one point we should make, because both Kay and Bob, who's departed, brought this up. This property was zoned R5. And just because we have a 2019 comprehensive plan doesn't mean that we overturn the zoning on everything with the publication of that
Great point.
comp plan. And that over time, that could be done in some areas like that to look at it, but that certainly was not undertaken. And they creatively found a R5 parcel and hooked it up with this neighborhood commercial to create access.
It's a very good point. What you're talking about is existing property rights. We have to honor existing property rights. The other thing I would say is that it's not a given that we will be able to rezone entirely with it to meet the intent of the comprehensive plan, because there are property rights at play in that process as well. Any situation where you're contemplating a down zoning, or what's looked at as a down zoning of property rights, we're going to have to approach that carefully.
Thank you. It's been suggested we'll take a little bit of a break and come back to item number 15 on our agenda, which is a consideration of, item 14, the Magnolia Road Streetscape Plan. So I would allow a brief break till 7:35. It's 7:28 right now.
Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you.
This, we'll pick up the meeting at this point. We are on agenda item number 14 for December 8, 2020. Discussion of the Magnolia Road streetscape plan. Mr. Batten, in this case, will take care of that.
Yeah, I'm going to do a brief introduction. My mask is really thick, so I'm going to set it off to the side here so you can hear me. About a year ago, we engaged McGill Associates to do the streetscape design down on Magnolia Road in the area, it popped ahead, but anyway, in the area of the Pinehurst Brewery, essentially. So we had substantially completed the design last spring, but with COVID, we put the brakes on everything and we held tight. We continued to hold tight into this fiscal year until we got some additional financial data. And then a couple of months ago, you guys kind of said, okay, I think we're okay to move on a few projects. So we wanted to walk you through the Magnolia Road Streetscape Plan, get your feedback on it. The Design Collective Group received the plan today. I've asked them to look at it to see if it, and make sure it doesn't have any impacts or any that they could foresee for the small area plan. So we'll be hoping to hear back from them in short order. I don't expect it would. The road is not likely to change where it is today, and the right-of-way itself is not likely to change. But nonetheless, we do want to get their feedback and make sure that they're well aware that this plan is in play, and also to make sure that they don't see it, they don't envision it causing any kind of maybe conflict with what they may ultimately come up with. So I'm going to turn this over. I'm sorry, go ahead, Kevin. Last year, yes, and you have money in. Yes, and I'm glad. And I'm glad you mentioned that too, because we also had funding in last year's budget and we have funding in this year's budget. And that was the original plan, was to span 2 fiscal years. We spent the planning funds to do the design in the last fiscal year, but we did not spend any of the construction funds, and those were rolled forward. And they're matched up with the funds that we have today. I've got David Honeycutt with McGill Associates here, who will walk you through the plan, and then we'll certainly be happy to entertain your thoughts, any concerns, ideas, things of that nature. And then at the end, if this is still something that we want to go ahead and continue to pursue, assuming Design Collective comes back with an affirmative, they don't see any conflicts or any issues, then we would need to, I'd like to know that as well so that we can begin to go ahead and move the project forward. So with that, I will turn it over to David and let him walk you through the project, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Jeff. And everybody hear me okay? Yeah, I'm David Honeycutt with McGill Associates. I just want to walk you through what the project is. Again, it's a streets.
Yep, microphone, please.
And can you hear me now? David Honeycutt with McGill Associates. We'll walk you through the project here. What we're proposing is a streetscape project along Magnolia Road from Community Drive to McCaskill there. The first slide is showing that area, and starting over. Let me see if the mouse works there. Yeah, starting here at McCaskill, and then going along next to the new Pinehurst Brewery site, along the way up to the Community Road. So the purpose of the project is to improve the appearance, improve the functionality in that area, and to also address parking issues in there, to add some parallel parking on the street, and to improve sidewalk access along the roadway there as well. So the way I've set up my slides here is I've got some pictures just of what that existing roadway looks like, and then I've got some of the design drawings to sort of walk you down the road. This first picture is currently at McCaskill, looking down Magnolia. towards the Pinehurst Brewery site. You can see on the right side of the drawing there, there's an existing brick sidewalk there next to the previous start of a development, I guess, there. And to the left here is a row of trees. The first part of the project will be developing a sidewalk that will go actually behind that row of trees. Wrong way. So you can see that on the drawing I have here, connecting at McCaskill to the existing sidewalks across the way, and then coming along behind the trees next to Rattlesnake Properties, which is also along the back of their parking lot there. So that brick sidewalk and continues up that portion of the road. And looking back the other direction, apologize, these aren't all looking in the same direction. This is looking back towards McCaskill. The brewery site is to the right of this picture, and shows the sidewalks on the left side of the road here, the new sidewalk that the brewery put in with that site there. So to the back area here is basically where that sidewalk currently stops that the brewery put in, and our project will come up and connect to that. And it will also add parallel parking spaces in the area in front of the brewery site and along the left side of the road here. So going to the next portion of the plan, hoping that's viewable on your screen there. And we're adding a couple of parking spaces here with the brewery right behind, and then parallel parking all the way up through the other side. So that will require a little bit of a shift in some elevations along that side of Magnolia Road. The sidewalk that's existing there will be adjusted, reset, and a bullnose brick curbing will be put in along that portion of the road. And backing a little bit further up the road, and looking still towards McCaskill, backing our way towards community here. You can see the current storm drainage in this area is just a asphalt swale along the outside edge of the road, is between the road and the brick sidewalk. So the plan will address that area to pipe that storm drainage, and to allow us to develop more parking there and to clean up the look of the road. So, and just one other picture further backing up that same area, and then again, this is the design plan for that same area. We're also adding the parallel parking spots here in front of the United Telephone Company property, the CenturyLink property there, and connecting into the modifications of that existing sidewalk on the opposite side from the brewery there. End at this point, connect back to the existing sidewalk. And we're continuing our new sidewalk on the CenturyLink side of the road. Each of those entrance drives, it's a nice dressed up area with concrete buffers to it, similar to what we've done in other areas. So, again, this comes up towards the end of our site at the Pinehurst Hotel there, and I don't have a great picture of this, but if you see these two trees right here, our new sidewalk will be coming up along that side and actually come up the hill just a little bit, and we will be removing this tree to get space to make that come through, and then come across the driveway to connect into the rest of the roadway there.
David, excuse me, that was at the edge of the parking lot of the Manor Inn, was it not? As
Correct,
we're looking
yes.
down there, right at where that parking comes from behind the inn, that's where the tree's coming out?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay.
Or is it at the entrance?
That's the entrance, right, it's in the front, right, that's the entrance, okay.
Yeah, yes, the front of the inn is to your right there, so, yes.
Yep.
That is correct. That tree leans back towards the manor, and we've been in contact with the resort about that potential of a removal. Yeah, we had been in contact with the resort about that. That tree does lean towards the manor inn, and so they're not disappointed that it could potentially be removed.
Okay, carry on, David.
And this is the last of the main just site layout plans of this. So coming up that's the area I was just describing here, the trees there at the driveway, crossing that drive, and then coming back to tie in across Magnolia Road to the existing sidewalk to allow pedestrian access there, along with up to Community Road. So that's just quick by the numbers. What we're looking at, it's about 1,000 feet of new brick sidewalk. Relocating a portion of the existing sidewalk to adjust elevation there. Got about 700 linear feet of brick curbing. You do gain 22 parking spaces along the road there. 400 linear feet of storm drain piping to get that the asphalt swale in and open up the area to allow that. And just a partial repaving of the road for the grade adjustments for the site as well. We've not got a full overlay of that road through there, but just overlays to the areas that are being adjusted. It's about 1,600 square yards of the overlay. So that's basically what I got on the presentation. I've got the rest of the plan sheets in here if anybody wants to. I know those were included in some of the board packet information, so if you have specific questions, I'm certainly glad to flip through and talk about that.
So I have questions about the additional parking and also the stormwater capture. So if you could go back to your drawings, because I've missed the idea of all these additional parking spaces y'all are talking about, and where are those parking spaces occurring? Off of Magnolia or behind? One time I thought you said behind the brewery.
No, those are all parallel parking spaces along Magnolia.
22 parallel parking spaces along Magnolia.
Yeah, just for clarification on that, the parking that currently occurs there informally, that
I get
parks
that.
in the ditch, that ditch goes underground, that is piped underground, and that parking becomes more formalized and marked and would have a brick curb edging up along through there. Then across the street there at the CenturyLink building, where there is no current marked parking, we would create, again, brick curbing and parallel parking there, subject to CenturyLink providing us an easement, because we would need to encroach in a little bit on their property to make that happen.
Okay, so the parking will begin at CenturyLink and go all the way down Magnolia to McCaskill?
No, it'll go, starting at the CenturyLink, it'll go from there, you can see the 5 spaces across the face of CenturyLink, and then you start making the curve entrance into their fenced-in parking lot. That's on the far left, upper left corner.
Can we have a cursor showing us
Yeah,
this
right
stuff?
there. Yeah. That's the entrance into their fenced-in parking lot. So you can see that's where the parking spaces stop. But then as we continue down towards the brewery, the next entrance is going into the brewery itself, and then we have a couple of parallel parking spaces in front of the brewery itself, which is right now a grass between the existing sidewalk and the road. And then you can see across the road again where that informal parking currently occurs in the ditch line. That again, all that ditch goes underground into pipes, and then the asphalt parking lot goes over top. The parallel parking spaces will
So
go.
you're adding parking spaces on both sides of Magnolia?
Right there, you've got 2 in front of the brewery on the brewery side, and then you begin that whole row of that kind of darker, looking at the one up here on the big screen, darker gray. All of those are parallel parking spaces.
The parking is on both sides of the road, eventually, in this, right?
In various places,
Doesn't-
correct.
Yeah, and it doesn't go past the brewery towards McCaskill, it stops there.
It does stop there, and
There's
then on the
there's no damage to the longleaf pines or whatever that are on both sides of the road from the brewery down to
No.
McCaskill?
No, once, those two longleaf rows of pines, neither one of those are touched with this. Neither one of them have parking extended down to those points.
Right.
Yeah, so we stop on the brewery side, we basically stop at the end of the brewery.
Yeah.
For lack of a better description. And then we don't begin with the parallel parking until you get directly across from the brewery and just past the Tradition site, going up the hill, past the pine
Coming
trees.
back up to the manor, yeah.
So
And you go up, we don't go all the way to the manor, we go on the opposite side of the road, we go up until we begin to get into the residential housing, and then we stopped right there and convert back to more of that residential look
got
that's
it.
there
Okay.
existing today.
Yep. Microphone, please. I think you need a battery.
I am getting, for my clarification, that drainage on the other side of the road is also going to be below
On the
ground?
CenturyLink side, or you're
No,
talking
the
about?
opposite side is going to
Yeah,
be put
so-
underground?
So
That's a
if you,
ditch
yeah,
now.
yeah, if you start at Community Road and you're on the opposite side from the brewery, across from the CenturyLink,
Yeah.
that pipe is underground until it gets around a couple of the houses down there. Then it daylights.
Yeah.
From where it daylights, we will continue that piping underground and
You're
bring it
not
all the way
putting it
down the
underground
hill.
where it's above ground now. It's staying above ground in front of the houses.
If you look at that drawing there, you see where that light pole, that's about where the pipe daylights. It's underground to that point, and then it becomes above ground and goes under that white van in that picture. All of that's going underground.
All that's going underground.
All
So
that
we're
would be
gonna
piped
fix both-
underground.
We're going to fix both sides of the road.
Correct. All of that goes underground on the left side, as we're looking at it, under that white van, and that's, when we do that, then we can then put the parallel parking over top of it. And then on the right-hand side, there is some drainage along the front of the CenturyLink building, and there is a drop inlet about at the end of the building, closest to the brewery, that will facilitate that water coming down that curb line. It'll dive into that drop inlet. That's the way it's set up, right?
Well, to finish my question, so the informal parallel parking that's occurring, after this is done, that will kind of move farther in, right? Instead, much farther in than the informal. Like the informal parallel parking that's already occurring.
We're guided by the light poles.
I know, no, that's not my question.
That's the restriction.
That's
No.
not my question. The informal parallel parking that's occurring right now, after this, it will be formalized and pushed in. So that means the road would be wider with two cars on each side, right? Would the road be a little wider?
The travel lanes would
Tra-
be more,
the
the
travel-
travel lanes would be more, would likely be not necessarily wider in true width, but would be wider from the standpoint that the cars would know where they're supposed to park. They know where the curb is, so they get far enough off the road. So in essence, I think what
Well, I
you're,
thought that essentially there'd be more road space after this is done. I thought it would be.
I think that is what'll happen effectively, yeah.
effectively,
It's
I
not-
think that is
it's-
correct,
yeah.
Kevin. But I don't know that
That-
we're
that's the
changing
problem, the
the
restricted
width.
traffic and
Right.
it being,
Travel lanes are narrow.
the travel lanes are narrow and there won't be as narrow now, in
On
my
the
opinion. But
yeah,
I
on the
need you to tell me
CenturyLink,
that.
yeah, on the CenturyLink side, we are pushing that parking off the existing pavement. I mean, that is getting pushed
So
back.
that's an example.
Yeah,
of
so
it.
that would widen that section through there.
Judy, you were going on some questions. You want to carry on with that?
Did you answer mine yet?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. On the left side.
I'm
as
talking
we're
about
looking-
even past the brewery, like where the brewery has parking on both sides. There should be farther in too.
Yes, I do believe that will be, because that's where we're having to relocate some of the sidewalk. We're pushing the sidewalk out a little bit. Is that right, David?
Maybe this is the way to say it. To the extent that the existing condition was resulting in folks parallel parking on the side of the road, but crowding into the road before, this will accommodate pushing those cars off the road surface.
Thank you. That's what I
Yeah,
didn't
give them a
confirm.
defined area to park such that the roadway that's
What's the
normally
travel-
travel
What's
should
the
be
travel
open.
lane on there, 12 feet per lane? under this design, it's right there.
Okay, John, he
Right there
answered it.
within that
Thank you.
eye. It's right by the eye on Magnolia.
I believe it's 10 and 10. It's hard to read on this screen as well.
Smaller than that, though, informally.
Especially when you had two on both sides,
I
yes.
think that's what you were getting at.
Judy?
Well, you answered some of my stormwater questions, especially across from CenturyLink, where that horrible swale is. So this is good.
That brick curbing will direct it to
Yeah.
that drop inlet.
Urban gutter, I assume.
Jane, questions?
Where does the stormwater ultimately go?
This stormwater, you see that where he's highlighting that little cross pipe, the dark hash right there, goes across, it goes into an existing box that is on the brewery side. The brewery put in and we partnered with them actually, put in a storm drain from there down to McCaskill, goes under McCaskill. It ultimately comes through Wicker Park. There's a creek, if you will, that's at the bottom of the arboretum that continues on through. That's where it
Not
ultimately
going to
goes.
flood somebody out?
No.
Okay.
That's where it's going now, by default.
Yeah, that's where it's going now. It already gets there as it is. It's just going to be underground now. We're not changing the direction or the flow. It's going into that pipe that's already existing that goes down the brewery side of Magnolia Road to McCaskill, goes under McCaskill. We're just marrying into the pipe and the box up by the brewery, which is already actually a pipe, cross pipe there as it is.
The alley of trees, the iconic alley of trees that goes from McCaskill, I guess south on Magnolia. If you put the sidewalk even on the outside of the trees, the side away from the road, are the tree roots going to be damaged?
No, I don't think so. And I'll look at the opposite side of the road. That brick sidewalk's been in there for 12 to 15 years, and none of those trees have been damaged. What gets damaged is the brick sidewalks get pushed up. So we have to go in there periodically and cut roots and relay the brick.
Because it would be a shame to lose that.
Well, and that's the reason we went behind them, is because we didn't want to lose them. But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
You can see on the plan there, we did maintain some space between those trees and the sidewalk, so it's not immediately abutting the trunks of the trees. There's a little bit of open space in
I can't
between.
understand what you're saying. I'm sorry.
There is some space. I was trying to get closer. There is some space between those trees and where we're proposing the sidewalk. We are, I believe, set back at least 5 or 6 feet from the trunk of the tree to where the edge of the sidewalk is.
I'd also point out that where that sidewalk currently exists, when the brewery was built and the storm pipe was put in, it was put in where that sidewalk is. So they dug down beside those trees to put in that storm drain pipe. We're only going to be going down, a foot. So we're sitting on top of the storm drain pipe that's existing there. So
Okay.
hopefully I would be surprised if we caused any damage to those trees with the result of the sidewalk going in.
And do we know what the cost of this is?
Of the overall project, we have $350,000 in our current budget. That includes the $100,000 that we rolled forward. Their preliminary estimates are coming in about $450,000. When we did our estimates, we did not contemplate an elevation change of the road. That accounts for part of it. And we haven't really done any kind of value engineering on this yet to determine what we might curtail back a little bit. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Okay, so as we look at sidewalks in the village generally, is this one our top priority? I mean, there's the one that the Bike and Pedestrian Committee recommended from the community center to the new elementary school.
Right.
And I guess there's already money budgeted for that.
That's correct.
But are there other residential areas or, over by Lake Pinehurst maybe where there's, been requests for sidewalks that might be a stronger priority than this, where nobody's living.
Yeah. I don't know, I don't know if I could answer that question, honestly, Jane. I think that's subject to anybody's opinion, personal opinion. This is an extension of the streetscape concept that we've been working on going back for about 6 or 7 years when we started going down and trying to connect Community Road to downtown. And then we went around to Maxey's area and connected that to Community Road, which connects it to downtown. It's all brick sidewalks, you know, it's all got good connectivity. And we've got a sidewalk on one side of this road. But part of the problem that we were trying to address here was the parking issue that occurs as a result, frankly, of the brewery being there and kind of setting the stage for that look and feel of downtown to be extended down into this particular commercial node. So,
Will the 22 parking spaces be enough to solve the parking deficiency at the brewery?
I don't know if it's a full enough on the very busiest days. I think we have seen, and this was probably COVID related, we have seen less parallel parking on the road itself. The resort has gone across from the main entrance of the brewery, I'm talking about the doors, over onto the county property, and they have added about 15 or so spaces. I don't know the exact count, but they've worked out some arrangements with more county public utilities to use some of that space. In the future, we may see as COVID, gets under control and people begin to merge, going back out and eating and that kind of thing, that we might see some of the same kind of parking situations that we saw there when they first opened. This should help that situation, but will it solve it completely? I'm not sure that it will, because I had counted as many as 35 cars on the street. But that was before they had the additional parking that is on more county public utilities space right now.
Is this project an opportunity to have a conversation with the resort about them providing additional parking for?
Possibly.
I think it could work into that discussion on parking in general. And I'm wondering if we ought to think about partnering with them on this project, because this is a direct assistance to them.
I would agree it is a direct assistance to them at this time, and then as hopefully Village Place maybe begins to redevelop, then and hopefully it'll be a benefit for everybody else later on, but certainly right now it is a primary benefit to the brewery.
In partial answer to Jane's questions, but for another discussion time, just to get it back on record, she asked about other sidewalk opportunities. Mackenzie Road from Highway 5 to Rassy Wicker requested in the summer a sidewalk. And we had letters from the residents there. So we need to address that in a separate way, perhaps, but I don't want to let that fall off the table. That's the one that came to my mind in Jane's question about were there other opportunities for sidewalks. And I know in different neighborhoods, you got 50% say yes and no. On that street, they were all 100% for.
Yeah, and our bicycle pedestrian plans, master plans, obviously have a variety of sidewalk pathways, opportunities. Highway 5 is an opportunity for pathways.
Sure, okay, all right.
So I think, from a priority standpoint, I think largely, with all due respect, that kind of falls on your lap to determine also, in conjunction, I think,
Jane,
with
go
us,
ahead.
but.
Thank you. Jane, was there more? Did you have another question on that? Or?
No, that was all I
Okay.
had. Thank you.
Lydia,
Yeah, I am just recapping what I think I hear Jeff saying. These are some issues or concerns or improvements that I'm hearing. Parking is going to be improved, drainage, connectivity, aesthetics, and safety. Anything else?
I think they're all being met by this project.
Yeah.
If that's your
yeah,
point.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's her point.
And I was going to put,
Everything's hit.
I would add at least a small measure of additional connectivity that
I've got
will
kind
be
of got
occurring.
connectivity.
Oh, okay, I missed that one, my mistake.
Yeah, no, after drainage, I had connectivity.
Okay.
But also, Jeff, thanks for mentioning the light poles, because Natalie told me within the past year, you guys have gotten a cost estimate to put the power lines underground just in that section, and the number was astronomical. Do you recall that number?
I have it in an email in my file, but off the top of my head, the Duke power lines exclusively were somewhere, they gave me a range of like 700,000 to 1.2 million, I believe was the numbers.
And that's just in that area, right?
And that's only in that block, and that's only Duke Power. CenturyLink's estimate for their lines was about another 300,000 to 450,000.
Don't work well together.
No, it's very expensive to do that
They said,
underground.
they did say I might could get some economy of scale
Cost,
if they
obviously.
both went underground at the same time with the same company doing it, but
Yeah.
you're still talking about a massive amount of money.
And Jeff, what is the, did you use a $450,000 number there a little while ago about the cost of this project?
The McGill estimate is about 450, and we have about 350 right now.
in the budget.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like this is being talked about like a sidewalk project. It's
Much more.
It's a stormwater project. It's a parking project. It's a safety project. It's a connectivity project. And I think the assumption that the brewery is the beneficiary is false. You just got to put a video camera on those paths, and you'll see it's people walking to the park. You're going to see those parking places used, people going to the entrance of the park. Right now, I want you to see where people are walking. You see a sidewalk on the other side of the road. Everybody thinks that people cross the street and use that sidewalk. They don't. They walk right up the street. They're walking right up the street right now. That is not safe.
But that's true of every place you have a sidewalk.
Yeah.
People go to the street.
And so this hits every button, and for it to be, I just don't want it to be looked at as spending $450,000 on sidewalks. It's much bigger than that, and it has to do with, we talk about shining up the village, we talk about making sure we do things to make it shine. I mean, it will look crisp and cleaner immediately, not to mention fire vehicles coming up Magnolia. Now, having that little extra room, I mean, I don't know. I've seen them badly parked down there. There's a safety issue on this parking. It's not just about parking. It hits about every button possible, this project. And so I'm pretty, as you can tell, I'm pretty pro this project.
I'm just a little worried how the cost has increased. So I come back to this point of, should we have a discussion as we move forward, if we move forward with this, with the resort, about maybe they're partnering on the parking aspects of it, and we're doing the drainage, or, some combination thereof.
Certainly, we could open up a conversation.
I
with
would
them
really
about
like to
It'd be
see
pretty
that.
Easy to do.
And I have one other point. Kevin and others have mentioned it's a multifaceted project. Lydia mentioned that. I think we might want to consider sacrificing maybe 2 or 3 parking spaces, and those would be the ones that are right in front of the brewery. Right now, they've got a grass lawn there. It's a little bit of a look to the building. I think I'd like to have the parking, but on the other hand, if we took away those spaces, 2 or whatever it is, it gives a look to the building, I think would be an enhancement to the overall look of the neighborhood. So I'd consider that.
All right,
That reduces the cost a little bit too, right, Jeff?
just a little bit.
But can we have
But
that
every little
discussion?
dollar right now will help.
We can have that discussion with the resort as we move on.
Is the resort aware of this project?
They are. We have not shown them this full set of plans. They wanted to preview them with you first. They will be on our next call, but they are fully aware of the project. I have met Calvin, and their primary landscape architect is Perry Harrison with a different firm. I met them on site to look at the Manor Inn and talk about that tree and tell them what we were planning to do. My next stop would be, once we make any adjustments to the plans based on your comments, would be to go to visit with them. And so that would be an opportunity to pitch some financial
I think you could sell 20 parking spaces for $5,000 apiece and get ourselves the $100,000 delta.
Yeah.
I don't have any problem with having that kind of conversation at all. I do think that I would advocate finishing this project because it does complete an activity that's been going on and just sets that aside rather than leaving it as a remnant for future days. And I think that there'd be a lot of advantage to doing that and less controversy about that, I think, too. I do have a question about how this ties off up at community. Is it going through the parking lot and catching up with the brick sidewalk that's there in front of the Pinecrest Inn property, or is it ending on the other side of the manor driveway?
Right now, it is, and check me if I'm wrong, David, it wraps around and it ties into a stub out that the Manor Inn currently has that goes out to Community Road. I would envision eventually, but I don't know we can do it because of the dollars right now. It needs to continue down Community on that side and tie into our existing sidewalk that is down there by the Barrett CPA office.
Right.
And then the crossing there, the one thing that we had concerns about with the crossing right there at Community Road is that as cars come down that hill and they make that turn onto Community, it's a bit of a blind situation. So I kind of would rather them, I mean, it makes more sense, you'd like for them to park or cross closer to the intersection, but I'm not sure that that's really the most safe thing to do. So I think that you can see where we've tied into, it doesn't really show it the same way here, but it wraps around and ties into, there's a stub out that lines up with the front door of the manor and goes straight out to Community Road.
Straight
And
across.
that's where we need a dead end.
Yeah, I mean, I go down further and take that little jog by the Pinecrest parking lot. And now you're putting a new crossing across Magnolia here.
Yeah.
So coming down from the sidewalk on whatever street that is, Dogwood,
Chinquapin comes
yeah.
around from the resort.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Right.
Part of the reason we looked at and put that on there is because we get so many people that are going between the Manor and the Carolina, and they make a direct beeline to cross there, and there's no
Yes,
connection.
I do.
And so we tried to make a connection and an actual crossing that would facilitate
Okay.
that pedestrian movement.
Yeah, that's an interesting intersection, so I'm glad you're paying attention.
It is
So
weird.
the next steps here that are what? We've kind of already approved this a few months ago, subject to some good questions and priorities, but I think we want to, is there consensus to move forward with this, but you need to come back with a specific budget number at least, right?
Yeah.
And having talked to the resort.
I need to do that. I need to talk to resort. We'll probably make the modification. We can cross out on the plans the 2 parking spaces in front of the brewery. We can always, we know that.
Unless they wanted them.
Well, they might.
Yeah.
I'd leave them on the plan from the standpoint of a future expansion if we ever needed to worry about it, but I don't think 2 spaces are going to make that big of a difference. But then it would be take it to the resort. I need to hear back from Design Collective as well. And then I think if there's no further adjustments other than what we've already heard, then I think we'd be ready to.
You'd come
begin
back with a
project.
final request.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think we can probably break this project up instead of using a general contractor. I think we could save a few dollars by, the drainage project is pretty straightforward. I think we could bid the drainage project separately. The brickwork would be another potential contract, and then the asphalt and subsequent landscaping thereafter. So I think we could probably serve as the GC on this. I don't think it's that complicated.
Okay.
Jeff,
Council agree?
What are the chances we spend all the money this year?
I think we would probably span into the next fiscal year. I estimated a 6 to 9 month construction process, going through the steps, and if we can engage the resort and they have an interest or at least some willingness to consider it, that may take them a little more time, that we may have to, tap the brakes a little bit to give them some time to make any kind of financial decisions they may or may not want to make. So I'm targeting sort of like maybe a March 1st start time, so I think we're going to span over into the next fiscal year.
From a budgeting standpoint, we might be okay with what we've got right now.
That's exactly
For
right.
this fiscal year,
If
yeah.
we cross the fiscal year, then I think we'd be looking at just kind of maybe, if we have to add additional funds, we could do it in the next fiscal year without worrying about adjusting the
Trying to get it
budget in
exactly
this.
right now.
Right, because I think this project breaks down fairly easily into doing drainage and then brickwork and then.
I wonder, this nickel and dime, the resort, I'd rather them fix their bigger problem. I'd like to I agree with talking to them and getting credit for this and getting this discussion done on the Carolina parking. That's more important to me.
I think
Yes,
that's not
exactly.
unreasonable.
And
Yeah.
I would like to, maybe this is an opportunity, rather than asking for support in this, and I'm okay with that too. Maybe it's about teeing up
Yes,
bigger issue
yes.
that we
That's good.
all need
I
to
like
deal
it.
with.
Yep.
And we need to,
Good idea.
we've taken our head out of the sand on this, on the approval, and we've made it clear we're going to have a discussion on fixing the Carolina parking problem. So maybe that's the bigger, if you think longer, that might be the bigger opportunity. Hey, we're doing this, we're helping you. We need to tee this up. We need this going.
Yeah.
So
Exactly,
Carrot.
Yeah, I think that's the idea.
Great point.
exactly. I
Okay.
agree with that.
All right.
They're still worth $5,000 apiece. The only thing I'd say about not putting the parking spaces in front of the brewery, and your point about the aesthetic is good, but if we don't put the parking spaces there, people will park there anyway.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
no,
what they're doing.
they have a little fence there, and people have not been parking there, in my observation, which I'm pretty frequently down the
Full
street.
fence that violates our ordinance.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's another way to do that, but, yeah, there's
No one
another way
else
to
is
do
allowed
that.
to do that.
There's another better way to do that, such as around the Carolina, for example. But
That's a whole nother,
Yeah.
that's a whole
Well-
nother issue that we're wrestling with, is items in the right of way. But you are correct.
Okay.
That's why they're there, obviously, is to keep cars from
But I think
rutting up the grass.
it'll be more organized mayhem with these 20 spaces or whatever, and people will find some other place. So,
Well, let's see what they do. All right, Jeff, I think that's
Thank
good.
you so
Let's
much.
wrap this up.
Thank you,
Looks
thank you,
good.
appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thank
Jeff.
you.
David, thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Appreciate it, bud.
All right, let's move on to item number 15, an ordinance amending Chapter 72 parking regulations of the Pinehurst Municipal Code. While Jeff's getting his papers out, like all of you in the council, when we're in town, I tend to look around, see who's parking where and what's going on. And to a large degree, we've had reasonable success with our special parking signs for our retailers and our restaurants. But when construction occurs, and I've been watching the BB&T building pretty closely, there's all kind of problems with a lot of vehicles taking up spaces and sometimes parallel parking across the crosswalks, across the parking spaces themselves. And Jeff and I got to talking about this, and he sat down and did some good research and has an idea to put forward, as you've seen. So, Jeff?
Yeah, so, as John alluded to, this sort of emerged as I guess, a housekeeping issue that we really need to address when we looked into the situation with the construction going on downtown. Obviously, we welcome that investment. I think, I don't even know what's going in there, but the fact that something is
It's a mystery.
is a very good positive for us. And so I think we have to obviously be cognizant of the ability of our property owners downtown to invest and reinvest in their facilities. But with that said, there is obviously an impact to other retail and restaurant and even office operations when construction trailers and things of that nature are parked in irregular patterns in diagonal spaces and parallel parking in a diagonal space, et cetera. So when we were looking into the ordinance, we found that we have an ordinance that already addresses diagonal and parallel parking. And it says basically that you have to park diagonally in a diagonal space and parallel in a parallel space, in accordance with the schedule in the appendix of the municipal code. So when you flip back there, there's only a handful of roads listed, and none of them are in the village center. So going down, unfortunately, we have to kind of take this mindset based on our experience that you have to assume somebody's going to say, show it to me in writing. Whenever you ask them to do anything, show it to me where it says that. And this would allow us to show them where it says that you must park diagonally in a diagonal space and parallel in a parallel space and perpendicular in a perpendicular space. So we really just wanted to do the housekeeping so that we had a little bit of a backing, if you will, when we need to go address some of these issues in the downtown. Now, again, we want to recognize that we really want investment
in downtown, and we want renovation, and we want the buildings to be maintained. So the ordinance, the way we've got it structured is any of those activities that are planned typically are going to have to go through our planning inspections office for either a permit for, like a building permit, or a single trade permit, or they may have to go through HPC because they want to paint their, the windows or whatever the case may be. All of those things there are what we consider planned and would trigger the need for that contractor to address their parking needs with the village manager. And we could then place the appropriate restrictions on that. And then when they exceeded those restrictions, we would have the ability to conduct some enforcement. But at least we would have things in here that we could show them that says this is what you have to do, and hopefully, for the most part, that would generate the compliance that we need. The way the ordinance is structured, instead of listing all of the roads that we want to address, instead I elected to use zoning jurisdictions. So this would address the village commercial, the village mixed use, and the PC zoning jurisdiction, which are all of our public buildings. So right across the street, we have parallel parking spaces. This would address that. We have perpendicular parking spaces at Cannon Park along Woods Road. This would address that. So it kind of, I think, covers the need. It gives us at least the ability to show someone that they do need to comply with the appropriate parking pattern. But it also, at the same time, recognizes that emergency repairs are going to occur. Those typically are plumbing issues, electrical issues. You may have restaurants that have natural gas interruptions that they need immediate attention to, hood system messing up or whatever. So, there's a host of things that are kind of more of emergency repairs. And in those cases, typically, what you see is a repairman with a truck, maybe a van, but not a box van, that show up. And my experience has been, for the most part, those folks are parking appropriately. And so, in those cases, we wouldn't necessarily need to grant them permission, or they wouldn't necessarily have to get permission. In some cases, those may occur after hours or on weekends and things of that nature. And so I think we had to try to, work with that scenario. So that's kind of the way it's set up at this current point in time. Glad to answer any questions, or if there's any modifications that you think we need to consider, certainly welcome that as well.
Let me start with any questions from Lydia. Do you have any points or questions on this concept, Lydia?
No, I don't. But, one thought that came to my mind is it seemed like anytime you have an ordinance, you're going to have some opposition. So I'm trying to anticipate what the opposition might be, and do we have an answer to it? And maybe this is one of those things at the time is just overdue, and this is the right thing for right now. I mean, Jeff, do you think there'll be any opposition to this?
Lydia, I don't think so, as long as we continue to be reasonable with our property owners down there. And I think that's every bit of our intent. It's just to say, okay, let's work out, what is the need and what can we afford to give up and for how long, in hopes of trying to make sure things don't linger and go on and on and on, and that all of a sudden we don't take up 5 parking spaces, at one time. At least there'd be some cognitive thought process to how they're going to park and that kind of stuff. I think the BB&T building, we've had some communications with the project manager there, and I think she's really trying hard to curtail some of the excess parking there. It can't happen all the time right now, but I think it has improved a little bit since we've had some conversations with her about this. But I think educating the property owners themselves as well, that, hey, we're here to try to work with you on these things, and we're not trying to, handcuff you or anything like that. We just want to be able to, understand what you need, what your needs are, and then how can we, accomplish those. Maybe there's some other ways that we could accomplish some needs that don't require parking right there. Work on Sundays, which requires permission from the village. I mean, there's a variety of other things that we could try to encourage. So I don't know of any real hard pushback as long as we maintain some reasonableness and recognition that they've got a job to do and they need to be able to improve their properties.
Yeah, the biggest problem down there, that the BB&T was a big bucket truck that still would have had a park where it parked.
Right.
It would just, if they got permission, you could have notified everyone.
Right.
I mean, that's all that would have changed, because that guy had a park there for his bucket truck to do the job.
Right.
And had a park parallel, but he would need permission. You would be able to send a
Yeah.
notification.
That's right.
And you'd be able to dictate the hours, maybe it's done.
Yeah, or encourage it to be done on Sunday.
Yeah.
You know, if they have at least have the impetus to engage us in a conversation, then we can propose these types of potential alternate timelines or alternate time frames. Do it from 6 in the morning. We'll back you up and let you start at 6 in the morning instead of the required 7 in the morning, and you know, work till 10.
Awesome.
You know, we can try to use a little bit of creativity if we have the opportunity to speak with them. But right now, there's no notification to them that they need to talk to us about parking.
Yep.
And at least this puts that in place.
So Jeff, you just answered like sort of a second question is how do we communicate this to the merchants and not only communicate the fact of this, but the reason we're doing it and the reasonableness of our position?
You know, Lydia, I think a part of the answer to that is a question that we've kind of all thought about, and I know you and I and Jane have thought a lot about it too, in trying to deal with the merchants in town and be helpful. And the idea really is we need to spend more time with our landlords and just talking about what are concerns they have and trying to encourage them, but go over issues like this at the same time, and parking and all that. So we need to
Agreed.
redouble the effort in communication with our business community and the landlords in the core village especially.
Yeah.
I think it's ironic, you're going to find that the businesses downtown are the ones that want that redevelopment to occur. So it's kind of ironic, they're being negatively impacted, but they probably are the first ones that want it to
That's right.
succeed. So it's,
Yep.
But I think it's all about just trying to mitigate the impacts at the end of the day. That's,
Yeah.
and if this just encourages that dialogue to occur, we can try to mitigate those impacts if we
Right.
can talk to them up front before the project starts.
Right. Jane?
I had two questions that I asked earlier, and one was, should we put a time limit on the emergencies? You know, which is enough time to get the problem at least under control or something, and then contact the village, as opposed to somebody parking across several different parking spaces, taking them up, and then just claiming, oh, I've got an emergency. You know, I mean, that was one thought. And then the other was, should we increase the fine? It's $5?
As it's currently written, that is correct.
So
And I think I had responded to your.
some kind of a disincentive.
Yeah, two
Yeah.
of those. If the parking fine is something that the council wants to address, it can be increased, but it does mean we need to repeal what we currently have and decriminalize the penalty. And in that case, then our recourse is not issuing a warrant for arrest for non-payment. It would be filing a claim in civil court. That's kind of really the difference. One's a violation of penal code of the state, and depending on the way it's written, and the other way it can be written in such a manner that it's not a violation of the penal code of the state, because the state restricts you to $5. That's all you can charge if it is considered, if it's written in a manner that it's a misdemeanor type of offense, which is the way ours is written. So it can be changed. It's just a matter of clarification in some language within the ordinance itself. If
I would
that's
just-
something you would like
Just
to do.
caution, we've done this analysis before. Actually, I don't think I was even present here for it, but I've heard it talked about before. John Fry was involved very deeply in it, and I think that we should give us the opportunity to go back and dust off that analysis, because for some reason, we decided not to do it.
Yeah,
It had to do with, the difficulty of enforcement and the staff time required to actually do this.
Yeah, there were a couple of
in
components
civil
there.
court and the legal fees that we would, paying Mike Newman to, to take it to court for us, I mean, it was just,
Didn't make
let us dust
sense.
it off and show it to you before you
Okay.
make that decision.
You're talking about the fine,
The fine,
The fine
the
piece.
fine change structure.
fining, yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember that.
And with regard to emergencies, I think we need to be mindful of the fact that emergencies happen 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they may not be able to contact the village to exceed a predefined time limit. It might be in the middle of the night on a Saturday night. It could, who are they going to call?
Yeah, I think it's hard for us to legislate emergencies. I mean, you've had people that were at your house, at your shop,
Yeah.
at Drum and Quill for 24 hours probably sometimes trying to get things done.
I do a courtesy call to the police department when I have looks like someone's robbing a place and they're working on it at midnight, so I do that courtesy call, and I tell them, go by and check on them if you want, say hello, just because I try to make sure the police department knows that nothing nefarious is going on, but I have never known to contact the village on an emergency.
Yeah,
But I do contact the police when anything's like weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give
In
them a heads
terms,
up.
in terms of just general observations, I've not ever really heard anybody complaining about an emergency type of repair situation that's going on, because again, they typically show up in a van and they park, in the parallel parking space parallel, and they're taking up one parking space. There are times, though, when it may necessitate 2 or 3 people to get there at the same time to handle some major plumbing issue, perhaps. But I've not heard the complaints about it, because it's short-term in the grand scheme of things, and it's not an ongoing, like a renovation of a building that's going on for 2 months. So I think we probably are okay with what we have. I think we could always come back and readdress it if it emerges as an issue, but I don't perceive that to be an issue at this particular time.
I think, being concerned about renovations is important, because over time, that is going to happen with those older properties in the village center. And I think we can all just be grateful that somebody's investing in that property to make it happen. I mean, BB&T is definitely an exception. And the guys that come in with their trailers and straddle all the parking places are there at 7 in the morning. And I see them move out by 9 or 10. So I think we just have to communicate with the landlords about what we want to happen. And one question about this. These are just amendments to the existing, these additional streets are being
Correct.
added in addition to everything else that's there, right?
Yeah, the streets are being added by zoning jurisdiction to the schedule.
Right.
And then there's, some language that we've added in here to address the emergency situation and the requirement of permission. But yeah, some of the other language is obviously still boilerplate in there that was previous.
Text amendment for this to occur, or no?
In the
Well,
municipal
we're going to
code.
approve this. Jeff, I don't see the effective date here. Did I miss that in the,
My intent was effective
on signing?
immediately.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
what this
Okay,
is?
fine.
You want us to approve
Beth,
the text amendment?
Fine.
I think it's in the back of the ordinance. It's on about should it be on the last, right at the end of the ordinance?
Look at it, I'm sorry.
Adopted the 8th day of December.
So that makes
So
it
it's
the
going- I
effective
see,
date.
I see. Yeah, I get it, yeah. Okay, good. Well, there is a motion required to approve this. Do I have a motion to that extent? This would be number 15.
I move to approve ordinance 20-15, amending Chapter 72, Schedule 3, Schedule 4, and Schedule 6 of the Pinehurst Municipal Code as it pertains to parking regulations on the streets within the village of Pinehurst.
There's a motion by Kevin Drum. Is there a second?
Second?
Second by Judy Davis. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes. And Jeff, if you want to dust off that fine for a work session in January, February, maybe we need to look at that. Okay? Now, that brings us to the end of the regular agenda, except for 2 important things. Is there any other business to bring to the regular meeting? Seeing none, we have some comments from attendees. Now, I believe what I'm going to do, Ms. Pearson, you had some comments you wanted to make about other issues. Is that correct? And then we're going to go with Beth over some of the public comment materials that have been sent to us in the last 24 hours or so. Would you like to address this? Please come to the microphone and...
Back there at the brewery talk, you know, that gate, I thought they were snowplow guides all this time. No, I'm just kidding. Right? That's what it looks like. This is a quick question because this came up on my radar when I was reading the PDO section 1.7, 1.7.2, periodic review, kind of directed to Darren. Village planner should review the comprehensive long-range plan annually and submit a report to the village council. It's been a year. It's brand new. I don't know. I mean, does that go in conjunction with looking at rezoning carefully? So, having said that, I would ask that, respectfully, perhaps initiate an immediate moratorium on commercial development and identify the parcels within the 5 focus areas that are zoned inconsistent with the 2019 comprehensive plan and propose that rezoning. And put this at the top of the priority list. I know you've got some strategic planning coming up this week, but I would really, if it's been a year, I don't know how much of that's been done or none of it or any of it. We got to get to it because this is a prime example.
Right.
Prime example to put this 38 unit in this tiny little hamlet in the ETJ that we're trying to protect. Done deal. And I will say that I'm sure we could, I don't know who would do this, but appoint a volunteer committee of citizens. We have a broad range of citizens that are probably more than willing to help with this effort, obviously with guidance from boards and council or village, whoever. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Again, if you'd like to submit those comments, we'd be happy to have them as a way to
after I clean them up,
and do it.
I will.
But also so that you know, we haven't addressed the issue directly of the one-year report, but we will. And we're having discussions about updating the comp plan and our PDO as a part of that in the planning sessions we're about to have this week to some degree, and other points that you made in that statement. So happy to have that.
Thank you.
All right. Now, with respect to the number of public comments that have come by email, I'm going to make the following suggestion, and Beth and I have just discussed it a little while ago, Jeff, earlier before the meeting. Many of the comments we have, well, all of them we appreciate, and they're quite lengthy, and that's okay, but Beth's going to give an attempt to summarize or highlight the key points of the several emails we've had, and most of us have seen those in detail, but we will have a chance to review them in detail. So I'm going to ask her to kind of summarize and streamline the best she can the various documents we've received. Beth, all yours.
Ready, go.
Okay. And you guys have received all of the comments that I'm going to read here. The first one is from Aria and Jared Rays. And they are a military family here in Pinehurst since 2016. And they're coming to you because they're concerned with the mandates imposed by Governor Cooper and the lack of transparency by government leadership to the citizens and the community during the last several months. They feel the government's response to COVID-19 has been more damaging than the virus itself. And there has been a zero platform to freely, openly, and discuss this in Pinehurst. And they're asking the town council to be open and receptive to hearing this information and challenging the data on COVID-19, lockdowns, and efficiency of masks. This ongoing divisiveness and deception has to stop. So they would like for council to consider hearing both sides of the story. These next few are all from the residents, I believe they're all residents in Walker Station, and it's concerning the new development of Magnolia Knoll. Mike York submitted that he was concerned with the new development. The developer said that they would provide a privacy fence against Walker Station on the property line, and it hasn't happened. They also haven't provided any erosion control measures, which the developer also promised. And he also has a concern about attached garages. He thinks that they're currently pouring foundations for detached garages. And then there's some heavy machinery tearing down some trees on the lot behind his house. And it was close to his property line, and the equipment was not being supervised. He's asking to please consider sending someone out to perform a site inspection. He's concerned of the integrity of their neighborhood, and he doesn't like what's going on behind their home. And if the developer's not compliant, the development should not continue. And then Willie Ingleson, also a resident in Walker Station, is basically some of the same concerns. She believes the fencing will be erected along the perimeter of Magnolia Knoll, and hopes that the developer complies with the developments of that plan. He's asking to direct periodic inspections to ensure builder compliance with the approved plans. And then Anne Marie Jesko, there are multiple inconsistencies with what the developer shared with the neighboring communities and what is being built, the location of fence, detached garages, number of trees coming down, construction debris, and Department of Environmental Quality noncompliance. I hope you can hold this developer accountable to being honest and complying with the proposed plans, which granted him approval to build. Then also, Walker Station HOA submitted a short letter here stating they've been informed about safety and compliance concerns by their homeowners that involve the development, Magnolia Knoll, and ask that the village please clarify what the agreement and conditions are regarding a fence to be erected between Walker Station and Magnolia Knoll, and what the required timeline is. And was there a bond requirement to ensure compliance with this development? And then Christine Barrett, also of Walker Station, same thing, some of the same concerns. She's requesting the site plans be inspected, as well as revisiting the environmental quality standards as they pertain to the drainage plan, and the fence be erected between 300 block on Manning Square and the development. And so all those were concerning Magnolia. We received one from John Webster, resident here in Pinehurst, regarding his concerns on the CAFR that was presented earlier at the meeting. And you guys have this one. It's very, very lengthy and has several links for you to visit to look at some of the information he sent, and a chart as well.
Thank you, Beth. I think we all received those. I'll make a couple comments. First of all, with respect to Walker Station, I'll make note of the fact that the village manager was on site there 9:30 this morning, I believe, Jeff, in following up to these messages which began to come in last night around 10 o'clock and then earlier this morning. So appreciate that very much. And I also think that, I know as we all know, that Darren has already drafted a lengthy response addressing, I think, all those points with some things yet to be settled or communicated. But we're delighted to have these comments from the public, and I think we are following up with them appropriately through staff. With respect to Mr. Webster's comments, I haven't had a chance to read those fully. I'd be happy to do so, and I think we all will. But I think in that case, I'd be happy to get together with Brooke or Jeff to see what response, if any, would be needed on that as well. So they're good comments, and I appreciate your paraphrasing those for us, Beth. Any comments from council on these public comments?
But one of his questions was asked by Jane, so ironic. One of his questions was asked by you on the CAFR. So
yeah,
it was so ironically, you got one question answered
all right.
from the accountant.
Seeing no other comments from attendees, is there a motion to recess the regular meeting and enter a closed session? Motion number
Move to recess the
18.
regular meeting and enter a closed session pursuant to NCGS paragraph 143-318.11 little a in parentheses 5 in parentheses little I, or 1 rather, to establish or to instruct the public body staff or negotiating agents concerning the position to be taken by or on behalf of the public body in negotiating, 1, the price and other material items of a contract or proposed contract for the acquisition of real property by purchase, option, exchange, or lease.
Got motion by Judy Davis to move into closed session. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kevin Drum. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. We'll move directly into the closed session. I don't even think we need to push the tables around, but yep, I know, we'll cut everything off. And
We needed to leave it up with Lydia.
sorry,